Hey, splendid Sunday, Club President, fellow Toastmaster, and distinguished guests. A fabulous and awesome morning, afternoon, evening to all of you. My name is CJ Lim, and I'm the secretary of this club, and I am honored to be your Toastmaster of the day. Some of the ground rules for this online meeting will be, you will need to mute your mic if you are not the one speaking so as not to distract the speaker when he or she is speaking. For the speakers and evaluators to take note when you are speaking or evaluating, please switch your screen to the gallery mode and pin the timer so that you can see the timing screen easily without having to search for it. Do you have any questions so far? Okay. Welcome to the Singapore International Online Speech Marathon. Let us start this marathon. As for 1 hour, we will have 4 speakers. The first part will be the prepared speech session where we have 4 speakers, and the second part will be speech evaluation where we will have 4 evaluators every hour. For this speech marathon, please take note that there is no voting. Timer can only post the timing in the chat room, no announcement. There's no opening or closing message by the president. Okay, we are now moving into the prepared speech segment. For today, prepared speeches, we have 4 speakers who have put in good effort for their presentation every hour. Let's give them our support. The first speaker will be doing his speech from Advanced Communication Series, Project 4 in the Specialty Speeches Manual, Reading Out Loud. The evaluator for this project is Willie Low, Distinguished Toastmaster. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project? Willie?
Okay, the purpose statement is alive as an understanding of the animal that comprising oral interpretation and how it differs for preparing and giving a speech. Learn the preparation of planning technique of effective interpretation. Learn the principle of presentation and develop skill in presentation. Interpretation really with regards to voice and body as instrument of communication. Time is 12 to 15 minutes. Timer, please take note.
Hi, timer, would you like to show the color sequence for the 12 to 15 minutes speech? So at 12 minutes, Shan? For 12 to 15 minutes. Yes, I can see green. 12 minutes, the green card will be shown. So at 13.5 minutes, the amber card will be shown. And at 15 minutes, the red card will be shown. And the speaker has 30 seconds to wrap up before the bell rings. The title of the speech is Excerpts from Passion Projects. Let us welcome our speaker, Nicholas Brown, Advanced Communication Silver, Advanced Leadership Bronze. He is a member of Buddies Online Club who is striving to complete his ACG before the end of June. Today, he will be reading 3 excerpts from his own writing, and he looks forward to receiving feedback from everyone. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Toastmaster, fellow Toastmasters, and honored guests. My name is Nicholas Brown, and I am an inspiring author, and I felt that this project was an excellent opportunity not only to practice my public speaking skills, but to also get more exposure for my own works and get extra feedback, because I think these are passion projects for me, and I'm really looking forward to getting the feedback from everyone in attendance on what they think of these passion projects of mine and their first drafts. I'll be reading 3 excerpts, or at least attempting to in the time frame. The first one is from a science fiction project of mine. Its working title is the ICS Bellwether. So imagine a blank screen turns on and a memo displays. Interstellar Cargo Systems Incorporated, ICS Bellwether. Class, Bellwether class. Configuration, convoy leader, superfreighter. The Bellwether class is Interstellar's newest and most innovative merchantman design. With upgraded sensor and telemetry suites, hardened engineering and bridge modules, and military-grade compensator and particle seal generators, any ship of this class can pace and withstand any vacuum hazards. Designed specifically as convoy leaders, they are the best non-military protection against spaceborne piracy. In keeping with Interstellar's standards of excellence and economy, Bellwether-class ships are the largest merchantmen in the Centaurus arm. Their size and lead position in the convoy ensure any hazards can be detected well beyond the envelopment threshold, and convoy dispersal ordered for maximum protection. The hardened engineering and bridge modules ensure any ship of this class can withstand physical hazards and shipboard weapons to distract hostile targets long enough for her convoy sisters to escape. Designed for extended convoy weather routes, the Bellwether class is designed for maximum self-sustainability and convoy support. Shipboard fabrication modules allow ships of this class to perform all the most extensive maintenance and repair routines. Comprehensive living modules, including outsized hydroponics, micro retail, and security capable of supporting the equivalent of a small colony. Service on a Bellwether class merchantman is truly being a part of the interstellar family. Interstellar cargoes. We're not just stellar, we're interstellar. Interstellar cargoes. We're not just stellar, we're interstellar. The tiny letters of the old internal memo strolled quickly across the bottom of the hollow screen before it blanked out to the hold screen. Again with that bloody promotional crap, a sailor mutters to his companion at the stark mess table below the screen. Been on this bucket for 15 years, but they never change it when we're back in Central. Company's broke, they ain't going to change anything, the risk looking bad to investors, his companion replies, sipping at a battered ceramic mug of coffee. Though by now, I doubt there's anyone left who knows what shape it's in. Field shook his head as he picked up his empty food tray and got up from the table behind him. Dropping the tray into the returns receptacle, he ambled towards the mess hatch, planning to return to his quarters to review some reports before his watch began. He reflected as he traversed the myriad corridors of the superfreighter he and some several thousand others called home. The Bellwether project had proven to be disastrous for ICS. The massive ships had proven ruinously expensive to build and crew, and as colonization had slowed down, so had the revenues related to shipping colony expeditions out further along the galactic arm. ICS had only managed to build 3 ships of the class, and the last had been scrapped near completion in a desperate bid to cut costs. As it was, the ICS Bellwether had almost been an orphan ship until it was decided to keep her sister ships active and assign them both to alternate timetables on the outbound convoy route to Dust Colony on the edge of the galactic arm. Practically bankrupt, the company had sought any alternative to cut costs. Gutting its shipbuilding capabilities and removing unprofitable routes had been enough to stave off a stock fire sale, but ICS still had to maintain its position against major galactic competitors. It's only its exclusive contracts with the Union government that allowed it to maintain prominence. In exchange for control of key supply routes, ICS negotiated mandatory service contracts for its merchant crews with the Union Naval Reserves. Lieutenant Commander Alan Field, United Centauri Union Naval Reserves, was just entering the secondary hatch that led to the ship's officer quarters when the klaxon blared suddenly above his head. The deck plating shuddered beneath his feet, and he turned to a safety display next to the hatch, only to see it blink into darkness. Punching it once in frustration, he turned back to sprint down the corridors. Although he couldn't be reached in his quarters, the ship's security detachment compartment would have its own dedicated comm suite connected to the ship's bridge, and he passed through another hatch He stumbled and gripped a safety handle just on the other side as the ship shuddered again. Field swore viciously under his breath. The Bellwether was 2, even 3 times larger than the next largest ship in the convoy. If he could feel whatever was happening through the deck plating, something was incredibly wrong. As he entered the corridor leading to the security detachment, he saw security teams rushing out of the detachment's primary hatch and its adjacent armory. One of the team leaders slowed as her team rushed past him. "Commander Field, Major Stafford is looking for you," she said briskly, before rushing to catch up to her team. He had barely opened his mouth before she had gone through the hatch leading to one of the habitation sectors of the ship. Shaking himself slightly, he turned and jogged to the main hatch of the security detachment, which didn't open automatically as he approached. Rapping the entrance panel impatiently with the side of his fist to swipe his cuff ID, a red light blinked briefly before the panel beeped and flashed green as the hatch slid open. "Hal, what the hell is going on?" Field growled at the doughy man behind the desk, before noticing the pallid and stricken look on the man's face. "I have no idea, Al. The bridge is locked down, no reports in or out. They've got an active priority link to engineering." Major Harold, Hal, Stafford, was the commander of the ship's security forces, mostly tasked with just policing the crew and their families who were bored of confinement in the ship in space for long stretches of time. In the unlikely event of an emergency, however, they also served as the ship's Marines, a duty none of them had performed outside of training simulations, like the rest of the crew's naval reservists. The bridge squealed a Class 1 lockdown command on the departmental channel, and we haven't heard anything since. I can't even access the sensor suites. They've been sealed to bridge access only. The 2 men stumbled as the ship rocked violently, causing a digital display, added as a makeshift secondary workstation for the cramped office, to break from his mount and shatter on the floor. "That does it. Hand me your comm receiver, Major." Field grabbed the hardwired transceiver from the other man's outstretched hand and then put his priority security code into its tiny display. "Bridge, this is Commander Field," he began. But before he could say anything else, the frantic voice of a bridge crewman cut him off. "Commander, thank God! We need you on the bridge immediately," the crewman cried, almost babbling with shock. Taking a deep breath, they continued a bit more calmly. "We have multiple hostile vessels inbound on the convoy, sir. They've opened fire, tore a hole through the forward cargo hold." Whatever he had been expecting, it wasn't this. Field had thought they might have encountered a freak debris field, an asteroid blowing apart and drifting through space, undetected by a sensor crew, maybe growing a bit lazy on the leg of the convoy route, where sometimes half a dozen uninhabited systems had to be traversed before the next stop. A full-scale attack on the convoy was almost unheard of. "I'm on my way," he cut the connection on the receiver and tossed it back to the Major. "The convoy is under attack, Major," Field explained, and without pausing, started towards the compartment's hatch. "Maintain your lockdown and instruct your teams to secure all hatchways. Do not reveal any information to the rest of the crew or the civilians on board." The Major had paled even further and barely managed to catch the comm receiver as Field passed through the hatch, and it sealed behind him. My next excerpt is from a fantasy fiction draft. It's a story of a young man, but not in the way you usually expect it to be. Prologue. Spring in the mountains is a slow process. The warmth slowly battling its way through the ice and cold, rain slowly replacing the heavy veil of snowfall. The northern fiefs of a mountain kingdom, greed preys amongst the people, destroying families, common and noble alike, without mercy. A young baron fights to retake his land from a conspiracy while struggling to find his place in the world. And a young outcast finds himself thrown from his home into the middle of a conflict not his own. Yet his actions provide a catalyst to change that will rock the entire kingdom to its core. Chapter 1, Outcast. The slow patter of the rain dripping through the leaves above made the young man shiver. The meager campfire coughed and sputtered, throwing out more smoke than warmth. The figure pulled his faded cloak tighter around his thin shoulders, careful not to move his head, lest the freezing water pooled on the brim of his tattered oiled hat, cascade down some unnoticed gap in what was left of his meager protection from the damp cold. He carefully reached forward to stir the pot nestled in the center of the fire, and swore as his efforts failed, and a rivulet of water ran down his neck and under his cloak. Nearby, a snoring lump of man snorted and woke up. "What's that?" mumbled the lump, peering blearily at the youth. Damn rain is freezing, he spluttered. I don't think I've had a single dry part left. Only between your ears, the lump joked, chuckling as he worked the sleep from his eyes. The lad glared at the larger man before rolling his own eyes. That's not how the saying goes, Corin. No wonder you're a better farmhand than a soldier. Well, mays be I'm not as learned as your worship, but we's in the same boat, Corin muttered, then glanced over at him sheepishly. Sorry, Raoul. It's all right. My fault for waking you up before your watch. Raoul shook his head. Corin may be an oaf, but he was also a good-hearted lad. It was too easy for the unfortunates that made up the squad of conscripted soldiers to forget that Raoul wasn't just another village boy, pulled from his land and forced to serve the Marquis. In fact, Raoul wasn't a village boy at all. He was more of a, "Hey, yeoman!" A voice hollered from the crude tent, huddled under the scant protection of a stunted maple tree across the clearing. The balding head of a corporal poked through the tent opening. Has his worship finished cooking the stew? Sneered the man, his sallow cheeks gaunt in the dim morning light. A guffaw followed from further in the tent. Good one, Bates. The corporal glared back into the tent. Shut it, Nancy, he growled at the unseen man. It's Yancey, and you know it, Yancey whined. Bates' head disappeared back into the tent briefly, and a hollow thwomp was heard, followed by the unmistakable yelp from the unfortunate Yancey. Stop it, the both of you, a third voice bellowed from within the tent. But Sarge, how can the men respect me when he's always making me look weak in front of the men? This time, Raoul wasn't certain which of the hapless corporals had spoken up. Two more thwomps could be heard, followed by twin yelps. Neither of you idiots need any help looking stupid. This time, a sable-haired head was thrust through the tent opening. Where's our breakfast, boy? Rumbled the squad sergeant. No one in the squad knew his name, though he made it quite clear that he was favored by the Marquis and his knights. All the other men in the squad needed to know was that he was solidly built and not afraid to backhand a man when needed, or just when he felt like it. Just about ready, Sergeant, Raoul responded, but I can't make any claims on how it's tastes or how hot it is. In other words, it's swill, he grunted. Just bring it over so we can eat and be done with it. As Raoul groaned and got up from his seat, other lumps strewn about the small clearing groaned and began to sit up. Altogether, there were 6 of them, not including the 3 men sharing the lone tent. 6 conscripted soldiers, 3 men assigned to bully them into following orders. Orders, like their next stop on their winding, pitiful trip. The men had been trekking through the dripping forest for 6 days now and expected to reach the village by nightfall. There had been rumors that the village was withholding taxes from the Marquis' taxmen. Even more, there were quiet whispers that some of the village men had snuck off in the past weeks to join the rogue baron's band of outlaws. The men were part of 2 conscript squads that had been called from their regular bully patrols to arrive at the village at the same time as a lance of cavalry. Usually, tax runs were kept to the cavalry soldiers, since they were often led by men, or the sons of men, most trusted by the Marquis, except there were only so many cavalry troopers stationed in the fiefdom. As a result, when a show of muscle was required, the conscript squads would get called in. Not that many of these squads would be considered intimidating in a combat sense. Reluctant men make reluctant fighters. To your average villager, however, seeing over 24 armed men come marching into the village to demand coin can often have the desired effect. And last, I will try to read a little bit of my third one, which is a concept for a short story, a science fiction story as well. The lights flickered as an explosion rocked the ship. What the hell was that? Jack bellowed, coughing as dust and debris filled the corridor. Get this air cleared. The old freighter shuddered as another blast resounded against the aged hull. She won't be able to take much more punishment, Jack muttered to himself. Will, what the hell is going on up there? No clean ID, Jack, but I can tell you she's fast and she's accurate, replied Will. They're hitting our weak spots without causing a blowout. Any longer, we'll be sitting ducks. I'm out of time, so thank you so much for the opportunity, and feel free to give me any comments in the chat box or in your evaluations. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful speech. Our second speaker will be doing her pathway dynamic leadership level 3, increasing knowledge. Know your sense of humor. The evaluator for this project is Nicholas Brown, Advanced Communication Silver, Advanced Leadership Bronze. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
Unfortunately, I don't believe I actually have the objectives for this project. Also, was my video shut off at some point? Because my computer just said it was shut off and it shouldn't have been.
Lee, do you have the PDF for this, Lee? Is it possible to share in the chat group?
Yes, I do have the PDF. I'm going to share that.
Okay. Can I request everybody to show the video so that the speaker can see your expression, please? Thank you very much.
I've shared the evaluation form, Mr. Toastmaster.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicholas Brown, can you see it in the chat? The evaluation form for it?
I'm not seeing it in the chat. Was it sent by email instead?
It's okay, I can read it out. Lee, the purpose of this project is to begin developing a collection of humorous stories and to present a speech that includes humor. The speaker is allowed 5 to 7 minutes for her speech. At the end of 5 minutes, the green card will be shown. At 6 minutes, the amber card will be shown. And at the 7 minutes, the red card will be shown. And the speaker has 30 seconds to wrap up. The title of the speech is Culinary Expertise. Our speaker is the VPE of PwC Toastmaster Club in Sydney. She is also the club mentor of Toastmaster at Torrens University Club. Let us welcome our speaker, distinguished Toastmaster Lee Buckley.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow Toastmasters, and friends. Many people are fascinated with them. How everyday ingredients could be turned into dishes of scrumptious looking meals that looked as if they just came out of a 5-star restaurant. Yes, I'm talking about these cooking shows. Cooking shows like MasterChef, Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, and in Australia, My Kitchen Rules. What is this culinary expertise, and who's got it? Do you believe you've got it? According to my friend, Dr. Google, it means good in the kitchen. Now, I've been good in many areas throughout my life, but the kitchen, definitely not one of my forte. My culinary expertise so far has reached the heights of blowing up boiled eggs, mee goreng that looked like a blob of black strings. Even my sponge cake was harder than bricks. My mother, on the other hand, was one of the best cooks ever. Unfortunately, the genes skipped a generation. My skills were put to test one day when my future mother-in-law was visiting for dinner. My then boyfriend used to boast about how great her baked dinners were, how her cracklings were better than Jamie Oliver's, how her baked potatoes were crispy on the outside, but soft on the inside. He said to me, "Don't worry, darling. Take lessons. There are lots on Netflix these days. Great! How hard can it be? I flicked through Netflix and found that Jamie Oliver's 30 Minutes Meals was showing. Wow! I've got 2 days to learn. How hard can it be? Baked dinners. An episode I watched was on baked potatoes, the Jamie Oliver style. Instead of baking the potatoes in the kitchen, he would boil them and then saute them with garlic and butter. Baked potatoes, crispy on the outside, but soft on the inside. I took out all the ingredients from my cupboards. I was fascinated by how he chopped up the garlic. I tried to imitate him. How hard can it be? I'm lucky I still have my 5 fingers today. I boiled the potatoes and I peeled the potatoes. Next came time to saute them in the fry pan. Put a dash of olive oil in the frying pan. A dash to Jamie was this. A dash to me was this. Next, add a pinch of salt to the fry pan with the potatoes. Again, a pinch of salt to Jamie was, a pinch of salt to me was, and then of course I did the way that I knew. Okay. And then of course I added another pinch of salt. Ladies and gentlemen, needless to say, my 30-minute cooking experience turned out to be a 2-hour ordeal that resulted in my kitchen that looked as if the tornado has just gone through. Even my dog took a sniff at my baked potatoes and glared at me, as if to say, how dare you make me eat this? You call this baked potatoes? Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever thought that you were going to be a Gordon Ramsay or a Jamie Oliver? Raise your hand if you did. I had a brief moment where I thought I could do it. I had a brief moment where I thought I could produce these scrumptious looking 5-star dining meals. Well, needless to say, don't sweat it if you haven't got it. Don't sweat on the small stuff. Leave them to the Manus, the Gordon Ramsays, and the Jamie Olivers. Hit the restaurants now that the lockout is easing. Or ring up Uber Eats. They even deliver McDonald's these days. Life's too short. Focus on the things that you're good at. Focus on developing skills like in Toastmasters. Focus on the good things in life. And you can't help it if the genes skip a generation. Back to you, Mr. Toastmaster.
Oh, thank you for the fascinating story, distinguished Toastmaster Lee Buckley. Our third speaker will be doing his Pathway Leadership Development Level 1, Project 3, Evaluation and Feedback 2. The evaluator for this project is Alicia Cha, Advanced Communication Bronze, Advanced Leadership Bronze, Strategic Relationships 1. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
Certainly so. Thank you, Toastmaster Day CJ Lim. The purpose of this talk is for the speaker to inform the audience on a subject of interest in 5 to 7 minutes. The talk should be directed to the interest of the audience, with each major point strongly supported by research. The speaker is required to use at least one visual aid to enhance audience understanding. And I'm also, on top of written answers to the questions, I'm supposed to give an oral evaluation. So back to you, Toastmaster of the day, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Alicia. The
you
timing
please-
sequence is 5 to 7 minutes, same as the previous speaker. The title of the speech is Fighting COVID-19. Our speaker, Dinesh, is a Year 3 university student who believes the support he received at Toastmaster has benefited him greatly in improving his communication and leadership skills. He's now looking to give back to the Toastmaster movement by helping new Toastmaster members. Let us welcome our speaker, competent communicator, competent leader, Dinesh Kumar Sukumar.
Thank you. Sorry, before that, could I please have my share screen function enabled? I think it's still disabled.
Willie, can give him the co-host?
Okay, thank you. So a very good morning, fellow COVID-19 fighters. COVID-19, I'm sure all of us are familiar with this virus. It has affected us in more ways than we can possibly imagine. In fact, studies suggest that COVID-19 is going to affect our economy, the world economy, in a scale much bigger than we all expect in the past 90 years since the Great Depression in 1929. And so this is a virus which has affected us in many ways. And the virus was first identified about 5 months back in Wuhan, China in December 2019. And on 11 March 2020, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak of COVID to be a pandemic. And 2 months later, today, on 17 May, we still see cases of this virus in Singapore as well as in other countries around the world. And so today I decided that I shall be speaking to everyone about this virus. And more particularly, I thought I shall speak about how to contain the spread of this virus. And the reason is, firstly, world-renowned professor of immunology, Akiko Iwasaki, has actually said that COVID-19 might be a seasonal virus if a vaccine is not developed. And from the looks of it, a vaccine would take at least 18 months, as suggested by a study done in Imperial College by Neil Ferguson. As such, it's important that we learn how to live with the virus and try to contain the spread of the virus, more importantly, trying to adopt preventive measures to prevent this virus from spreading and causing more damage. And so firstly, how should we go about this? It's important to identify individuals who are positive or who are at risk of, or who rather display the symptoms of this virus and try to isolate them from the rest of the population. And the common symptoms for COVID-19 include fever, shortness of breath, cough, fatigue, as well as loss of smell. And if one were to display these symptoms, it's important to get tested or call up the relevant authorities and seek help and guidance. And the reason for isolation is because this virus spreads very easily through close contact and via small water droplets, such as when you talk, cough, or sneeze. But if we could, even before reaching that stage of having to isolate individuals, if we could actually adopt preventive measures, that'd be so much better. And so, what are some of the measures that we can adopt to reduce the number of infected individuals. And the reason for this is that prevention is better than cure. Firstly, one way to go about this would be to practice good hygiene. And so we can learn to clean our hands with water and soap and wash our hands thoroughly. And as you can see from this infographic from the Singapore Ministry of Health, there are 8 steps to washing our hands properly. And like many previously, I used to be guilty of just putting some soap, rinsing my hands, and within a couple of seconds, I'm done. But it's important to actually wash your hands thoroughly. And if you were to follow these 8 steps, it would take about 20 seconds at least for you to wash your hands. And the reason for this is that good hygiene, when you practice good hygiene, it actually helps to stop the spread of the virus and helps to reduce the spread of the virus. Secondly, when you sneeze or cough and you do not have a tissue available, instead of sneezing into your hands, a better option would be to sneeze into your elbow. And this is what a study done by the American Center for Disease Control and Prevention has suggested. And the reason for this is if you sneeze into your hand, later on, when you go and touch other surfaces, the virus can then stay on that surface and the surface will be contaminated. Whereas when you sneeze onto your elbow or cough onto your elbow, chances are you're not going to use your elbow to touch other surfaces, and therefore it helps to reduce the spread of this virus. And in public, it's important to adopt safe distancing measures, such as in Singapore, whereby you are required to stand at least 1 meter apart when in public. At the same time, it's also important to wear a mask when you are out. And right now, I'll just be showing a quick demonstration of how you can wear a mask out in public. And this will be the reusable type of mask. So first, before you even wear the mask, it's important to wash your hands. Because if your hands are infected, this would result in the mask becoming contaminated. Next, check whether the mask has any tears or holes. And the reason for this is if the mask contains such tears or holes, it will reduce the effectiveness of the mask. Second, you should then put the straps around your ears. And before that, ensure that the wire, the piece with the wire is on top of over your nose, and just like that. And make sure you cover your nose all the way to your chin so that it fully covers yourself. And make sure you do not have any holes, to allow this water droplets to escape. And I think another important thing to take note about this particular COVID-19 pandemic would be how we live in a day and age whereby information spreads so quickly. Unlike other outbreaks, for example, the SARS in 2003, which I was also affected here in Singapore, although I did not experience it personally when I was still in school then, and so schools were closed. But right now, with the spread of information, it makes fake news something which is a serious issue right now. And what is fake news? It's basically misinformation about the virus, such as the treatment, diagnosis, and the symptoms of this virus. And in fact, the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19, the spread of such fake information, to be an infodemic. And so I would urge all of you, when you receive information about this virus, whether it be on social media platforms such as Facebook or messaging apps such as WhatsApp, to actually verify the information. Is it coming from a reputable source, such as a government agency or a reputable news agency? And if you're unsure, my advice would be to, instead of spreading the information, to actually not do that, because it can cause unnecessary panic. So all in all, I would say that battling COVID-19 is it goes all the way down to the individual, because many of these steps are things which you and I as individuals can take. And at the same time also, it's important to look out for those who might not be as fortunate as us and who might require assistance during this period. And I believe with the adoption of good preventive measures such as good hygiene and social distancing, we are likely to succeed against the fight of COVID-19, and hopefully we can return back to normal sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful speech, Dinesh.
Thank you.
Let us move to the fourth speaker. She'll be doing her manual speeches by management to appraise, replace. The evaluator for this project is Naveen Giri. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
The purpose of this project is for the speaker to work with a partner to enact an evaluation situation and use the constructive techniques discussed in this project to provide an evaluation. Good luck, Doreen.
Thank you, Naveen. The duration of this speech is 7 minutes, including role play. Timer, please take note. For the first part, there's 4 minutes. Second minute, it will be green. Third minute, it will be yellow. And fourth minute, it will be red. For the second part of role play, there is 3 minutes. First part will be yellow. Second minute will be green. And third minute will be red. The title of the speech is, What is feedback? Does it help in a person growth and development? Role play a scenario of sales manager giving feedback. Our speaker is a retiree since December 2018 after 47 years of service. Let us welcome our speaker, Doreen Neo. Over to you, Doreen.
Okay, let me pin the timer first. Where is the timer? Oh.
Shanshan is the timer today.
Yes, I found her. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in our daily life, we often give feedback to our colleagues in the office, our spouse and children at home, and even our friends at the networking. However, we lack the communication skill to express ourselves. Today, I'm sharing with you some quick pointers on feedback and things to avoid. After which, there will be a role play scenario of a sales manager giving feedback to his or her employees. In Toastmaster, we learn feedback is a method for us to communicate, to clarify, and make plans to achieve our goals. The person offering feedback, I call it the feedback provider, must remember his or her objectives to the recipient. Number 1, highlight the recipient's accomplishments and strength. Clarify his expectation to the recipients. Suggest area of improvement and focus on the recipient growth and development. Lastly, to ensure that the recipient is on the right track. Feedback has to be timely and in brief. Remember, feedback is not about pointing flaws, but motivating improvement. It is a two-way communication between the provider and the recipients. Sharing information is better than giving advice. It is said that sharing of information embraces confidence in the person receiving the feedback, that you really care and wanted to help her. The most challenging part is the recipient must accept and utilize the information given, otherwise the feedback is not effective at all. Acceptance depends on the source of information and the nature of the message. Most importantly is also the disposition of the recipients. Having said that, I'm simulating a feedback discussion where I am the manager of a sales department of the lager company. Alice is my secretary. She has no experience of secretarial job when I first recruited for a 3 months probation. Feedback has to be timely. Just nice today is the end of a 3 months probation. I will be inviting Alice for a feedback discussion, and I myself must remember that I have to keep the discussion in brief, accentuate the positives, and embrace the recognition of her strength, and also share with her the action plan to help her achieve her goals. Now it's time for preparation of the role play. Back to you, Toastmaster of the evening. Or timer.
Doreen, you can continue with the role play.
Okay, may I say something to the Zoom master? Could you unmute Alicia, and at the same time place us side by side?
Yes, it's done. Doreen, you can continue.
Oh, okay. Hi, Alicia.
Let me switch off the video.
So I pause a while until you say it's ready, is it? So Master, can I start? Okay. Hi, Alicia. I'm very impressed with your performance. Though you have no experience of the secretary job, when you share at the interview, your work has far exceeded my expectation. I love your spunk and your energy. You are able to get out the minutes the next morning for my review. You captured correctly everything I have spoken at the meeting so beautifully than my spoken words. No wonder other departments' manager sang praise about you, and also they commented of your good relationship with cross departments.
Thank you, boss, for giving me the opportunity to work with you. It is my responsibility to see that information was accurately captured.
Okay. Now, Alicia came to the understanding that you have expanded the extra mile to help other secretaries in vetting their minutes. It is a good gesture, I understand, but give it a thought. In the long run, is it good?
Boss, I think you are mistaken. I didn't help to vet their minutes. We secretaries often check and confirm some points which are doubtful.
I see. I'm so sorry. I could have mistaken. I see. Secretaries build good team relationship and build rapport with each other. Anyway, I have good news for you. You have passed the probation period, and I have the intention to promote you to a permanent post. However, the requirement is a secretarial certificate. So what is your plan? So what is your plan?
Boss,
Alicia?
I have the intention to pursue a course on part-time basis, but will the company give me the opportunity to work as permanent staff while I pursue the course?
Great, I'm elated to hear that. I wouldn't want to lose such a good secretary with initiative and ability to work independently. I will promote you to the permanent position and let us work together to achieve our goals and greater heights.
I will, boss. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia. Over to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doreen. Next, we'll move to the part 2 of our meeting, which is the speech evaluation segment. Each speech evaluator is given 2 to 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, the green light will be shown. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the amber light will be shown. And after 3 minutes, the red light will be shown. The evaluator has 30 seconds to wrap up his evaluation before the bell rings. Our first evaluator for the speech given by Nicholas Brown is distinguished Toastmaster Willie. Let us put our hands together to welcome him.
And thank you, Toastmaster of the Day, especially to Toastmaster Nicholas. You use a technique of whisper interpretation to a small group where you provide interpretations tremendously using your three extracts of your writing project. The three extracts that you have given to me briefly have explained theory, logic of your novel that you are planning to write. The speech area of improvement that you can improve in this speech was the speech title. It can be better written in a book extract for 3 books. I mean, an extract for 3 books that I'm writing for. And then you should, after that, you give an explanation of what I used explaining, because I got lost because the transition was lost. And you mentioned to me in a chat that you have 3 different kinds of extract. Though it was information and you create illusion of spontaneity reading a presentation, but we are got lost because we don't know where is the flow, because the audience got lost. Only one audience mentioned that you have a good use of vocal that awaken the audience, a structure that you have, as well as awaken us in Asia as we have just started our day. The use of vocal variety to create an audication that paint a visual experience for your 3 extract. You should use more vocal variation to move to create more impactful to your speech, because when you are speaking to a group of people more than the audience size that we have right now, you should indeed speak with more vocal so that people can follow your through using vocal variety, especially because you only highlight a small portion of, you only have a small portion of your speech that you create more impact, because the reason why you did not able to do that is because you are looking down at the floor, and your speech that is right down on your chair. You should look up at the camera, because we are so distracted because we don't know where are you looking at it. So all in all, I do enjoy your speech, and I would like to hear for you in your next speech next week. I mean, you can improve in your next speech next week so that we can visualize where is your message. Good work to the audience. Over back to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Willie. Next, we have our evaluator for the speech given by Lee Buckley is Nicholas Brown. Let us put our hands together to welcome Nicholas Brown, Advanced Communicator Silver, Advanced Leadership Bronze.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I have the test. I have 2 different microphones. I want to make sure they're working. Doreen, I want to say I really enjoyed your speech. I feel that you met the objectives for your speech project very well. You had humor in your speech. You gave us clear stories, and I feel that it brought the audience and engaged it into your speech. A couple of points for improvement, though. It might be better to put in a bit more structure. I have a bit of difficulty remembering how you structured your speech, even though you had decent structure. Make sure you're talking about, here's kind of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it. Here's what I talked about, right? Do those 3 sections, and it makes it really easy for your audience to keep thinking about it 20 minutes later, an hour later, 3 hours later. Second, you talked at the end, focus on 4 different things. And depending, and this is more of a cautionary note, depending on where you're speaking, it's great to reuse something like that because it emphasizes your point. Alternatively, in other scenarios, it could be viewed negatively. So in this instance, you did it very well. Excellent use of repetitive words to get your point across with multiple points, but be cognizant of at times it can be a bit more challenging and detrimental to your speech. Ultimately, I think you hit the requirements for your speech perfectly. I think you've got a very strong foundation, and you can only just keep on improving and becoming an even more amazing speaker as you continue to grow in your Toastmasters journey. Back to you, Mr. Toastmaster.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next, our evaluator for the speech given by Dinesh Kumar is Alicia Cha. Let us put our hands together to welcome Alicia Cha, Advanced Communicator Bronze, Advanced Leadership Bronze, Strategic Relationship 1. Over to you, Alicia.
Thank you, Toastmaster Day, CJ, and especially to Toastmaster Dinesh. Today, areas. The first area is what he did very well. The second area is what he can do better in which areas of his speech that were lackluster. Now, for the first area, in what he did very well, this speech is to inform, and he has met the objective of the speech. I like two areas that he did as excellent. First thing, he used PowerPoint slides as his main visual aid. And among his PowerPoint slide, the first slide showed his face with a warrior armor. That captivates the audience, and audience know that he's fighting against COVID-19. So this is the first thing that attracts the audience, early in the morning. And the second thing is that his slides were very well done. It shows that he's done a lot of research. The other visual aid that he used very well was physical demonstration of how to use the mask. He went step by step, showed us how to do it. So that refreshed everybody's on how to use the mask, even though we know. It's very good, excellent work on that. And in between, he also shared with us lots of other tips. Besides wearing the mask, he also told us that you can sneeze into your elbow and other things to look out for, whether your mask has a hole. These are the things that sometimes we overlook, and we thought we have a mask, we are all right. So kudos to Dinesh for that. Now, I'll come to the other area where the part of his speech that were lackluster. Now, as he was using PowerPoint slides, I think he overlooked to put the PowerPoint slides into slide mode. So because of that, I had a bit of difficulty sometimes catching up with the slides. So if he could have put it into slide mode, the audience would have lesser difficulty to follow up with him. But nevertheless, he did not let it affect his speech, and he continued. So keep up with it. One major thing that Dinesh could also consider is that this speech is about fighting against COVID-19. So with so much information that you've gathered, I've seen that you've done a lot of research. I need you to put in some emotion into your speech. Emotion of your concern about fighting against COVID-19. Show more concern in your tone, worry, and then your tone of how to help people, put more urgency into it. So with this, if you're able to do this, despite being a technical subject, people will remember your emotion, how you made them feel about this topic, and they will remember your speech forever. So without much ado, to conclude, you had wonderful slides and the demonstration of using the mask. All you need to do is put in more emotion of the importance of fighting against COVID-19 and how to combat it, and showing concern for the audience. This will bring you to a higher level, and I look forward to your next speech. Well done, Dinesh. Back to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you, Alicia, for the wonderful feedback. Our evaluator for the speech given by Doreen Neo is Naveen Giri. Let us put our hands together to welcome Naveen Giri, Dynamic Leader 5.
Thank you, Toastmaster of the Day, and good day from Singapore to Toastmasters and guests. Today, I'm going to talk about Doreen's presentation. Doreen, your presentation was par excellent. I should have intended your presentation rather than go and attend the talks about evaluation and all that kind of thing, the seminars about evaluation. First of all, it was very well structured. I really enjoyed the way it was structured. It shows that you put a lot of effort into this speech. The first half, where you introduce the secretary. And I believe it's based on your past experience as well. You brought your experience into this speech. That is what is impressive about it. Moving forward, your interactions with Alicia was also, I can see there's a great synergy between the two of you all. How you introduced her, how you spoke to her, the back and forth. It's not an easy thing to have that kind of rapport, especially with the online environment. Not just the Toastmaster environment, the online environment, because you are now in a new territory. It's not an easy thing. But that being said, there are points you can improve on. Oh yeah, the other thing I also need to emphasize is the negotiating skills between you and Alicia. You have also brought forth your experience, your work experience with negotiation. I can see that, Alicia was saying she does not have a diploma in secretary's diploma, and then Alicia counter offered. She said if the company is willing to wait, she can go and take the online. She can go and take the diploma or the certification in secretarial, and you agreed. So I believe this is another aspect, your negotiating skills. That was impressive. And Alicia is also a good person to work with. The other thing is what you can do to improve your speech, especially online. I find that I'm also guilty of this. Every one of us, sometimes we fail. So the thing is lighting. Maybe you can try to improve your lighting with the speech, because the light is directly focused on your face, so it kind of reflects and is very bright. So sometimes we cannot see your features, we cannot see your emotions reflected on your face. The other thing you can try to do is, I'm also guilty of that, online preparation. That means what you do is before the speech start, you can come online and work with the Zoom master and the TMD. But all in all, it was a very impressive speech, and congratulate you on finishing this speech. Over to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you, Toastmaster Naveen. So we have completed the first hour of our speech marathon. Shall we take a 5 minutes break? Okay. Nice, splendid Sunday, everyone. Our fifth speaker will be doing a Pathway Visionary Communication Level 5, demonstrating expertise leading in your volunteer organization. The evaluator for this project is Ashwinder Kaur, Presentation Mastery 3. May I ask the evaluator to read out for us the purpose statement of this project?
Thank you, CJ. The purpose of this project is for the member to apply their skills needed to successfully lead in a volunteer organization. And it is also for the member to share some aspect of his or her experience as a leader in a volunteer organization. All the best, Ramanpreet.
The title of the speech is Welcome, Mr. Volunteer. Let us welcome our speaker, Ramanpreet Kaur Bhatia.
Am I visible?
Yes, you
Am
are.
I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Over to you.
Wednesday morning, 11 a.m. And I am in my most happy space. In my Kathak dance class. My teacher playing the instrument and me there dancing. Suddenly, my mobile rings. Thinking of it as an emergency. Because none of my friends, none of my family call me and disturb me in this time of the morning when they know that I am in my dance class. I rushed. I picked up my mobile. And what do I hear? Hello, Ramanpreet. I am club chair of XYZ Club, and I'm very sorry that I have to send you my event to be posted in the newsletter. Can you please do it right now? Which means me, Ramanpreet, has to go back home early, finish off the alterations in my newsletter, and post it on time. Because I am the newsletter chair of Indian Women Association. Distinguished guests, club president, Toastmaster of the day, and fellow Toastmasters. Very warm and hearty good afternoon to one and all. Offering your time and your expertise as a leader in a volunteer organization provides many benefits and also comes with lots of challenges. And among the most important benefits is that you get an opportunity to lead. Regardless of your social status, regardless of your career, as a member of an organization, you've got an opportunity to lead people. I really feel very honored and very proud that I am serving in 2 volunteer organizations right now as Vice President Education for Marine Parade Toastmasters and as Newsletter Chair for Indian Women Association. And my experiences in these 2 organizations as a leader has made me realize that one of the most important challenge of leading in this kind of organization is that you have to understand that people whom you lead follow you. Why? Because they choose to follow. A volunteer setup is very different from an employment-based, traditional compensation-based setup. Because here, things are not fixed. It is voluntary organization. It is purely and purely about your own integrity, your own competence, your own character, which builds the decisions, leadership, and actions. And this is the only thing which matters the most in a voluntary organization. Although both Indian Women Association and Toastmasters are 2 distinct voluntary organizations, but they are very different. Whereas one is a public speaking platform, another one is a personality enhancement program. My experiences have made me gain this wisdom that I need to have courage to face things, to lead things, to be there to solve problems, to have charisma, to lead people, to gain the confidence of the people. Because to me, creating an environment of trust and mutual respect is the core to lead in a volunteer organization. Because volunteering is a choice. This is a choice that people have made because they want to be part of something bigger than themselves. My role as newsletter chair or as VP Education depends upon the contribution of the people. I cannot function if I do not get the contribution. At the same time, I cannot force that contribution. And this is the most important and challenging part of leading in a volunteer organization. There have been times when I have felt infuriated, irritated, indignated, because people just come in front of you with their problems and they expect you to solve their problems, even it is out of my personal time. At the same time, the experience has made me more empathetic, more understanding towards people's competencies, towards their level of understanding. Maybe they are coming from distinct family backgrounds or distinct career status or distinct social status in their lives, and it differs very much from a professional setup because this is not structured. I've realized that it is very important to acknowledge and reward the members' contribution because consistent acknowledgements makes it the best. At times, people take your services for granted. Like that person, that club chair calling me in the middle of my dance class, that meant that she had trust in me. That meant that I can help her. And that's what makes leading in a volunteer organization the most rewarding. Several lessons learned, several more to be learned. It's not for money, it's not for fame, and it's not for their personal gain. It's just for helping a fellow man. And just be there to lend a helping hand. It's not for the medals won with pride. It's just for that deep feeling inside of helping others far and near. And that's what makes you a great volunteer. Thank you. Over to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you for the wonderful speech, Ramanpreet. Our sixth speaker will be doing her storytelling tree, The Moral of the Story. The evaluator for this project is Dinesh Kumar. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
Yep, sure, CJ. So the project has three objectives. Firstly, to understand that a story can be entertaining yet display moral values. Secondly, to create a new story that offers a lesson or a moral. Thirdly, to tell the story using the skills developed in the previous two projects. And the time is 4 to 6 minutes.
Just a question. We have a timer, so do I have to time myself?
Is it 5 to 7 minutes?
It's 4 to 6 minutes.
4 to 6 minutes. Okay. Can you see the timer, Li Shan? There's a timer over here.
Yes. Okay, but how can I pin him?
You must pin the timer. Go to the.
That's a blue screen.
It's a blue screen with the timer words. You can go to your gallery view. See.
Okay, I'm connecting from my mobile. I'm just checking where the option is.
Connecting for mobile is more challenging.
So how will the timer be displayed? So you'll just show some flashcards or something?
Okay, the speaker of this project is allowed 4 to 6 minutes. At the end of 4 minutes, the green card will be shown. Can you see the green color? At 5 minutes, the amber card will be shown. And at 6 minutes, the red card will be shown. Speaker has 30 seconds to wrap up. before the time.
Because right now in the timer, I only see a static photo. Can you just show the different color cards so I can see if I can see them?
Okay. Shanshan, can you change the color? Green color, can you see it? Yellow? Red?
No, I cannot. I cannot.
Do you see a large background now with the word "Time's Up"? Scroll through the photo.
You need to scroll left and right, your mobile.
I can see the person, but I am not sure from the mobile. How can I pin him? Anyone connecting from mobile?
Maybe you can just see the
mobile. You need to scroll to the left or right.
Yeah, you need to scroll to the left and right and find the timer. You have to see the timer.
Okay, let me see. Yeah. Okay, I can see now. Okay.
Okay, the title of the speech is Taking the Path of Zen. Let us welcome Abhirami.
Thank you. Why do we all love stories? We love them so much because we can identify with them, we can relate to them. Sometimes if you just tell someone the message straight away, maybe they wouldn't get it. For example, if you say you have to value relationship, maybe the person won't get it. But if you tell them a story about a mom and a daughter who suffered a life and then who had a great bonding, even if it's a person who doesn't have a mom, but let's say he's a son who only has a father, he will still relate to it. It can be any person. If let's say if he did not value his parents so much, from the story he can still relate to it. So it takes different forms. So with the story, anybody can easily understand the underlying message very much easily. A very good afternoon to all the Toastmasters here and my new friends. So today I chose to say the story of Zen from the Buddhist Zen practices. Why? Because Zen stories are really simple. It is often considered that the simpler stories have the rich message and the depth of morality. Since I said that the stories are very short, today I chose to tell you more than one story. So yay. So the very first story is the girl at the bank, at the river bank. So there were these two monks, a senior monk and a junior monk, who were traveling or on their journey. So during the journey, they come to a river bank, which is heavily flooded. And they were waiting to cross the river bank. And when they were waiting, they also see a young, beautiful woman who is also trying to cross the river on the far away from them. And then this woman approaches these two masters, and then she asks for help to cross the river. The two monks looked at each other because they have taken a vow to not touch any woman in their lifetime. But without a second thought, the senior monk carries the woman on his shoulder and then he drops her at the other side of the river. Seeing this, the junior monk was really puzzled because he couldn't understand how come his senior monk could do this. So this thing has been keeping on running in his mind for some time, for hours now. And then he kept silent and he was joining his master on his journey. But after like a few hours, 3 hours or 4 hours, he couldn't hold himself anymore. So he blurted out. So he asked his senior monk, do you know that we have this rule of not touching any woman in our lifetime? Then how could you carry that woman on your shoulder? And the senior monk replies that, brother, I dropped her off on the other side of the river, but you're still carrying her in your heart. So this story, though simple, has a very rich message that if you feel guilty about something, it is a mistake that you can fix. If you feel ashamed of something, it is a mistake that you cannot repeat anymore, you shall not repeat anymore. But if it is a regret, then it is something that you are bringing from your past into the present, and you're actually risking the present life. So you're just twisting the existing present, which is not of any value to anybody. So the best thing to do is remove the regrets and leave the regrets to your past and just live the present fully with your whole mind and whole heart. So the second story is it's also a famous story which is called the teacup. So there is this very wise and learned man who goes to a Zen master to learn about Zen. And while he was talking and he was listening to the Zen master, so the Zen master, as he explains, this man keeps interrupting the Zen master, and he gives his own opinion one after the other. So the Zen master, what he did is as he was pouring the tea into the person's cup, so he was pouring full, and then he was still pouring as the cup is still overflowing. So the person said, "Okay, stop! The cup is already overflowing." So the Zen master replied that, like this cup, you are full of your own opinions. If you don't empty your cup first, how can you taste my cup of tea? So which is also very true, that we are always filled with our own opinions. We always have our own measuring sticks in a biased way to judge this world. But the point is, if you learn to see the world from the eyes of the others, if you put yourself in the shoes of others to see the world, then the job is going to be very easier. But this is not simple. So just using a different measurement sticks to see the world differently might sound easy, but it is very difficult to do. But it's also one of the most important things that you should start doing right now, to see the world differently and to see and understand different people's perspective. So with that, if you are new to Zen, I'm sure that after these two stories, you would run back to your best friend Google to ask for more stories. So the point is that whatever story it is, a good or bad, are going to give you very rich message and some morals that you can stick to your life. And all you have to do is be there, be open to every message that it is giving, and apply to your life. Thank you, and over to the Toastmaster.
Our seventh speaker will be doing her project, Level 4 Pathway Mentorship Program. The evaluator for this project is Ramanpreet Kaur Bhatia. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
Program sheet, it was mentioned other manual or non-manual speech. So I've not taken out the objectives. The project is just the custom speech. So I was just wondering which one is this. This is level 4.
Yeah, I sent you the PDF at the chat box. You see your chat box. I sent you the file, evaluation form.
Okay, I have the evaluation form for mentoring. So I'm just reading the purpose statement for that. Yes. The purpose of this project is for the member to apply his or her mentoring skills to a short-term mentoring assignment. The purpose of this speech is for the member to share some aspect of his or her first experience as a Toastmaster mentor. Is this the one?
Yes, thank you. At the end of 5 minutes, the green light will be shown. At 6 minutes, the amber light will be shown. And at 7 minutes, the red card will be shown. And the speaker has 30 seconds to wrap up before the time is up. The title of the speech is Mentoring. Our speaker is a dynamic individual who writes, speaks, and creates to challenge other people to live their most conscious and authentic life. Let us welcome Ashvinder Kaur, Presentation Mastery 3. Over to you, Ash.
Thank you, CJ. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to get sort of an idea. Have any of you been a mentor in your Toastmasters Club before? Okay, Ramanpreet and Willie. Have CJ as well. Have any of you been a mentee at your Toastmasters Club as well? So everyone has been a mentee, and some of you have been a mentor. Now, when I first joined Toastmasters, I always wondered why anyone would become a mentor. I mean, first of all, you were responsible for another human being. Secondly, it was very time consuming. And lastly, it was all about the mentee. And you are supposed to be selfless and help someone else. So I was wondering, why would anyone want to do this without being paid? And it took me becoming a mentor myself to understand why becoming a mentor is something of an utmost higher level to your development as a person. After being a mentor for the past 2 to 3 months of 3 of my mentees, I've discovered this one big principle and why I think everyone should at least become a mentor once in Toastmasters. Now, it is because when you become a mentor, you are put to the test. You have to face your weaknesses, and this time you have to overcome them because you are responsible for another human being. So let me repeat this. You are put to the test as a mentor. You have to face your biggest weaknesses, and this time you have to overcome them because you are responsible for someone else. So this was the deep wisdom I got. And how I got this deep, so-called deep wisdom was from my 3 experiences helping my mentors, my 3 mentees, complete their ice-breaking speech. The very first experience that I had mentoring one of my mentees was our first conversation together. And during her first conversation, she was extremely opinionated and demanding. I think she thought I was a professional public speaking coach and I was to serve 24 hours a day. But very early on, I had to set expectations. She wanted me to meet her every week to go through and give her feedback on her work presentations. But I could not do that physically because I had 3 other mentees. So I had to muster up my courage and tell her no. And I realized this was a problem for me because it was already a problem for me in the past. I did not know how to say no to other people. I did not know how to communicate my needs to other people. And so in being a mentor, I was put to the test and I had to now hone this skill. The second experience that led me to this realization was that mentees have a mind of their own. And what do I mean by this? I thought mentees were just sponges, you know. You could just feed them information and they would take it in. But I never thought that sometimes they can actually squeeze the water back to you. And this happened once when I was coaching my mentor on Zoom. And she was speaking from her throat. So it sounded very croaky. And I told her to speak from her diaphragm to get a better sound. And the first thing she replied back was, why? Why, Ursh, do I have to speak from my diaphragm? What's wrong with speaking from my throat? And I was dumbfounded. I did not know how to answer her. And that made me realize something. I did not know how to answer her because this is a problem that I was already having in my life. I did not know how to communicate my thoughts clearly. Sometimes things sound, you might have it in your head, but when you try and explain it verbally, it's so difficult to translate it. And so in being a mentor, I had to learn how to break information down and communicate it in such a way that they would understand. The third experience that led me to this realization was because when I was a mentee, my mentor actually left after 2 months of mentoring me. He dusted his hands and he said, Ashwinder, you're a very good speaker. You don't need a mentor. You're fine. But that was so far from the truth. And because of that, I ended up overcompensating for my mentees. I made sure my mentees had the best of the best. Have any of you ever felt like you wanted to give everyone or someone everything because you experienced something in the past and you didn't want them to make the same mistakes? So that's exactly how I felt. And I realized that while this is great, I'm actually doing a disservice to my mentees. After a month, my mentees still didn't know how to go to base camp to, get that evaluation form. And so that was frustrating. And I realized that I had to go according to their pace and I couldn't drown them with love, as we said. So just to summarize, being a mentor has taught me that I need to be a clear speaker. I need to be prepared to be challenged. And I need to not kill my mentees with love. So for any of you who have not started your mentoring journey or are currently mentors, I just want you to take this message back to be very proud of what you're doing. There's actually so much to learn. It's not just you giving information. You will be put to the test. You will come face to face with your weaknesses. And this time you have nowhere to run or hide because you are responsible for another human being. Over to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you, Ursh, for the wonderful speech. Our 8th speaker for today will be doing his pathway, engaging humor level 3, increasing knowledge connect with storytelling. The evaluator for this project is Margaret Lowe. May I ask the evaluator to read out the purpose statement of this project?
Good afternoon, everyone. Navin, the purpose of your speech this afternoon is for you to practice using a story within a speech or giving a speech that is a story. I look forward to your humorous story. Over to you, Navin.
Thank you, Margaret. So can I continue, Toastmaster?
Okay. The title of his speech is My Mischievous Uncle. Our speaker likes cycling, jogging, reading books, and watching movies. Let us welcome Navin Giri, Dynamic Leader 5.
Thank you, Toastmasters. Good, hot and warm afternoon to all my Toastmasters and guests today. Everyone has that person in the family that is mischievous and always causing problems. By problems means he always likes to prank. Well, let me introduce you to my last uncle, my youngest uncle. His name is Dave. Dave is a person who can't sit still and he likes to prank people. When I was 7 years old, I went to my grandma's house and saw my grandma hugging Dave. I wonder what was going on. She was really emotional, crying, hugging, tears all over. She was blubbering all over my uncle. I was wondering what happened, what caused this problem. Years later, I found out that this uncle of mine, Dave, went fishing together with his other brothers, all 6 of them. And Dave wanted to catch a fish but couldn't reach it, so he jumped into the water and tried to grab it with his hands. The thing was, he didn't come out for a very long time, so someone had to go down and rescue him. And that day, we almost lost Dave. That is why my grandmother was crying over him. And I realized that a mother's love is really something that you cannot understand, even today. The way she did not lose him, she almost lost him. But the emotions were so deep. And I'm not a mother, so I won't understand. The thing about Dave is he is also a prankster. After his marriage and having 2 kids, he still mixes around with the younger people, beyond his generations. He still likes to go out and play jokes and stuff like that. He had 2 Labradors, 2 golden retrievers. you would bring them out, and sometimes you would tell them, oh, these dogs, they don't bite, they don't bite. But then when you go near it, he'll just tap the dog and then he'll bark at you and then he'll laugh, you know, and then everybody will have a laugh. You know, I thought you say he won't bite. He tries to prank people. And there was one time in Singapore, we have this place in Changi. It is, they said there's a ghost that hangs around there. So my uncle, being the pragmatic person that he is, he doesn't believe in ghosts, but he likes to prank people. So what he did was he plotted with my cousins, told my cousins that, hey, you know, there is going to be this night, let's prank people on this night. What I'll do is I will wear a white sheet and a very long wig, and then you bring them to this location and I will just appear silently. So what he did, he borrowed a white gown from his wife and he bought a long wig. So that night that evening he waited at 7 o'clock for the night to come so that he can stand on a bench and look taller and look like a ghost. So when my cousins brought their friends, all 5 of them, to this location, they were just walking around, they say, hey, they say that there's, so my cousin said, hey, you know, they say that there's a ghost down here that always roams this place. And they said, then they all, you know, peer pressure, they all agree, yeah, let's hope we can see this ghost. So they walked around aimlessly, going up and down the stretch of road that was in Changi. Now the place is a Changi Business Park. They've already developed it. So my cousins distracted their friends, you know, hey, look over there. So that everybody was looking. So their backs were against the bench. So what happened was my uncle stepped up the bench gets up with his uniform. And it was dark. So he used light to play with it also. Like for example, right now you can see the light is on my face, whereas on this side is dark. He used that to his advantage. So he turned around. He asked his friends to turn around. He waved, he sort of like signaled to my cousins and he asked friends to turn around and he said, what's that? And everybody looked, oh my God, it's the ghost we talked about. And everybody shuddered. You know, they were all scared. And oh no, it's just floating there. They did not see the bench. That was the best part. So they said, yo, it's floating there. What should we do? What should we do? And then one of them started kneeling down and saying a prayer, oh, and then mumbling in prayer. Then the rest all started crying, you know, and screaming. And then my cousin said, let's walk back slowly so as not to trigger the ghost. So as they were walking back, one of my cousins took out his phone. That time was they still had smartphones. So he took out his phone and snapped a picture. And then after that, when everything was over, they went back, had a good laugh. They started laughing, rolling on the floor. Oh, Mom, we really pranked those guys. Even years after that, his friends still didn't know that it was just a joke. But then when they took out to see the picture, they saw something else, which was very, very scary. They saw next to my uncle, the picture of my uncle, on the bench, another figure of a lady. Then my cousin asked my uncle, Dad, who is that next to you? Did you bring someone else? When my uncle saw that picture, his face turned pale. He said, there was no one there with me that evening. And everybody fell deathly silent. All of them were puzzled and scared at the same time. So, to you, my Toastmasters and guests, I ask you, who is the butt of the joke? Over to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you for the fascinating story, Naveen. Next, we'll move to the speech evaluation segment. Each speech evaluator is given 2 to 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, the green light will be shown. At 2 minutes 30 seconds, the amber light will be shown. And at 3 minutes, the red light will be shown. The evaluator has 30 seconds to wrap up his evaluation before time is up. Our evaluator for the speech given by Ramapreet Patia is Ashvinder Kaur. Let us put our hands together to welcome Ashvinder Kaur, Presentation Mastery 3. Over to you, Ash.
Thank you, CJ. Today, Ramanpreet did her speech about leading in her volunteer organization. And what I'd like to do is share the 3 excellent areas I thought she did really good in, and the 3 areas of enhancements that I would like to recommend. To start off with the excellent points, Ramanpreet. I loved the dialogue that you had at the beginning. I think dialogues are wonderful to add right at the start because they bring the audience into your story. And I like that you also did some action. So when you use the phone, these all help the audience to have an image of what is going on during your story. But I also thought of something to enhance it even further. I thought you could add some humor to this part. So you mentioned that you were disrupted when you were doing in your dance class. Maybe you could do a funky dance move. Like you could be like, I was dancing at my club or whatever. And then I got a call, like make it a bit sort of humorous. And I thought that would help as well. So definitely add some humor and bring out the dialogue, have more actions, because that was a great point and I wanted to enhance it. The second thing that I found that I think you did really well in was your pauses, which is fantastic. Every time you would say a point, you would pause for 1 to 2 seconds. And I thought that was lovely. Your speech was a very informative speech, and that's why it's so important to have these mini pauses so that not just for effect, but also for reflection. Another third area that I thought you did fantastically in was your use of alliteration. So I don't know if any of you in the audience caught it. When she was very angry, she said, I felt infuriated and invigorated. So alliteration is basically the repetition of the same consonant sound at the beginning of nearby words. And this adds a bit of rhythm to your speech to make it less monotone. So these were the excellent areas, Ramanpreet. Now to go on to more enhancements. I saw that firstly you were looking around a bit. So while your attention was mostly on the camera, sometimes when you were thinking, I could see your eyes go to the window and to the other side and up. So it would be more of to be mindful of the moment and the camera and give the audience the undivided attention because they don't want you to look at anyone else besides them at this point of time. Another area that I thought would be great to look at is because your speech, as I mentioned, is an informative speech, it's very important that you're able to have a system that the audience can remember everything you said. So you can use something like maybe an acronym or a jingle or something repetitive to summarize the main points, because you mentioned a lot of things like being a leader will have to bring up your empathy skills and your motivation skills and your servant leadership skills. So very important to summarize it for the audience. How to enhance your speech further? I thought it would be great to add some quotes. So you could add maybe a quote, because it's about volunteer, you could just say, for example, Winston Churchill, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Again, it gives more credibility to on top of what you said. And a final suggestion is to ask questions, especially for online meeting. I think everyone sometimes might get distracted. So when you ask a question straight away, they have to listen, it gets their gears thinking. So you can, my favorite is to ask a question within the first 30 seconds of your speech. So overall, you did very well in the dialogue, pausing, and good use of alliteration, and work on your eye contact, ask questions, and you can also add some humor and quotations. And all the best for your next speech. I look forward to hearing that as well. Thank you, Ramanpreet.
Thank you, Ash, for the wonderful evaluation. Our next evaluator for the speech given by Abhirami is Dinesh Kumar. Let us put our hands together to welcome Dinesh Kumar, competent communicator, competent leader.
A very good afternoon to one and all, especially to you, Abhirami. So today, your speech was about storytelling and more specifically about having a story which has a moral or lesson. And you took us through stories about Zen Buddhism, and from the onset, your speech title, Taking the Path of Zen, so that put us in the right frame. So when we had an idea that you're going to speak about something related to Zen, and your two stories as well were good, short, and I think succinct, and at the same time they were able to convey the message very well. So I think that was a good thing you did, and they had a logical flow, the stories, and also it wasn't too confusing to follow, because sometimes for stories the problem I feel is it gets a bit complicated when you have too many characters, but your story had just a very few characters and it was simple to follow. So at the end of the day, I could understand when you explain like the lesson to be taken from it all. I could understand where you're coming from, and I think in that sense you actually met the project objectives. So perhaps now I'll just suggest some areas where you could consider just making some changes perhaps to make your speech even better. So I felt that you could add a personal touch to these stories. So the stories, when you told them, when you recounted these stories to us, you could perhaps say that how in your life, for example, the lessons you learned and how you applied these lessons in your own personal life. Because at the beginning of the speech, you talked about how stories can be relatable to you, how you can identify with stories. So I think if you had done that, it would sort of link to your short introduction at the beginning. So, okay, so through these lessons also I've applied it in my life, and this is the change I've seen. But I also understand you're short for time, because when your timing was a 5 minute 54 seconds, so that is close to the end of your speech limit. So maybe you might want to consider doing one story instead of two stories. So then you expand on that one story, and then you are able to work on the moral or lesson part as well, and how you applied it to your life. I think that would be good. And at the same time also, I think perhaps you could just give us a very basic understanding about what's Zen Buddhism. Because for me personally, I don't know, I've heard of it, but I really don't know what is it all about. So right now, after your speech, I just did a quick search. So maybe just a one-liner about how, from what I researched, it says it's about understanding the meaning of life directly without being misled by logical thought or language. So something very simple like that, so that we understand what Zen Buddhism is about, for those of us who might not be familiar with it. And I think for storytelling, it's important to have imagery. So maybe you can add more, create more vivid imagery, as well as hand gestures, because I think that's the important part about storytelling, being able to capture your audience's attention, because so that they are also able to appreciate the story and also understand what you're trying to say. And a last suggestion would be perhaps eye contact, which also I find quite difficult in online meetings, to focus on the camera and try not to look around too much. So besides that, I think you did a great job for today's project, and I'm looking forward to hear your next speech. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful evaluation, Dinesh. Our evaluator for the next speech is given by us is Ramanpreet. Let us put our hands together to welcome Ramanpreet.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to everyone, especially to Ashwinder. To start with your evaluation, I would just want to say that it's very important to listen, but then to observe is another, it's another level. So I'm just going to give evaluation to your speech, because I have observed few things just by silently watching you. At first, I would say that you did a very good start, very, very good start, by just straight away asking questions just at the time of your arrival. So maybe if people were doing something or the other, they immediately get themselves more attentive to what you have asked, and they start thinking about the answers. So that's a very, very good start of the speech. Another thing is, the most important thing, which I think most of us are finding difficult on during these online meetings, is to maintain a good eye contact, because I myself am struggling with that. So I know that's one of your very positive points, that throughout your speech, you were just aiming at the camera. You did not move your eyes, maybe just for a second here and there, but then most of your focus was just on the camera. So all the audience was nicely engaged in that. Third point is that your speech had a very good and clear structure. I mean, where just at the start of the speech, you asked questions which gained the attentiveness of the audience. Then immediately you started asking, our mentoring experiences, whether we have been mentors or we have been mentees. And then you started telling your experiences as a mentor. Your strengths or maybe the weaknesses, the thoughts that you had. So I think over and all, you had very good structure of your speech. Then we come to more challenging parts, which I would like to advise you, is that I, as a speaker, would always feel good when I stand and I give a speech. Because it's an online mode, but still, when we are used to giving speeches in our clubs, we generally stand, we maintain a good eye contact with the people, we move around a little bit. So I think that is one thing which we should not forget. I would like to see you standing up and giving the speech and just using little bit of space, what all we have. So that will be one good point. And more pauses. You have a good vocal variety, but then with the use of little more pauses, I think you can excel in your speeches. Otherwise, everything was good. I liked the way you presented your speech. I was very engrossed in the speech. Looking forward to hearing your other speeches now. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful evaluation. Our evaluator for the speech given by Navin Giri is Margaret Loh. Let us put our hands together to welcome Margaret Loh, Strategic Relationship Level 4. Over to you, Margaret.
Thank you, Toastmasters of the day, JC. Good afternoon once again, everyone, and especially to Navin. Navin, you drew us right into your story. A story about your mischievous uncle. You were excellent at setting the stage. From the very beginning, you introduced your uncle to us as a child, and then as he became an adult, he was still that playful prankster that you have known him to be. So you did an excellent opening and introduction and setting up the stage for that. And then you brought us to the climax. You captivated us with your description of the efforts that your uncle went through to get ready with the white gown, the lighting, to make use of the park and the history of the park, and bringing in the cousins to prank their friends. Now, as stories are meant to connect, and people connect very well with stories, especially if it relates to memories, their childhood memories. So on the basis of that, this is what I have to recommend for you to work on. And that is that position your story as an instrument whereby you can connect with the audience using body language, vocal variety. At this point in time, because of online meeting, maybe body language is limited, but you have the full play of the vocal variety. My recommendation is in narrating your story to have dialogue. I noted that you have some dialogue between your uncle and his children, but with the dialogue, it's good to have a change in the voice, perhaps a deeper tone for your uncle, younger, squeak, high-pitched voices for the children. And also in the part that whereby you talked about the prank and the good laugh that he had. And then you brought us to a higher climax, and that's discovering another figure in the photograph. And you had us wanting more, wanting to know what could have been the other figure. and you left us in suspense. So it's a great way to captivate your audience. But as a story comes to an end, we want to know what is the lesson that you want us to take back with us. What is the moral of the story that you related to us? And with that, it will give a very good roundup, and it also will bring the story to a good, fulfilling close so that your listeners will be satisfied. Should I play prank on people in the future, or should I perhaps let the cat out of the bag so that everybody enjoys a good laugh? Because the young children could have been petrified and they may not want to go back to the park anymore. So what is the story that you want to share with us? With that, I look forward to more enticing, more captivating stories from you. Thank you, Navin.
Thank you, Margaret, for the enriching, entertaining evaluation. Let us take a 5 minutes break before we continue the speech marathon.
Thank you.
Back to a Nick-a-thon organized by Willie Lowe and our wonderful team. I would now like to introduce rapidly, without delay, our first speaker, who will be Joan D'Souza. Joan is known to many of you. She's a member of The Big Club. She's a member of The Big Club Online, which is our Singapore online club, and she is frequently a Toastmaster of the Day. Joan, please give us your title. Perhaps I should ask your evaluator to come in and give us the title and the timing and the project. Come in, Joan's evaluator.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Xian here. And the purpose of negotiating the best outcome is for the member to learn about different types of negotiation and the strategies that can be used when negotiating. The purpose of the speech is for the member to share some aspect of a past or future negotiation in his or her life. The speech timing is from 5 to 7 minutes. Sorry, I think I haven't gotten your speech title. You want to?
My speech title is All About You.
All About You. So all the best, Jen.
Thank you. My friends, life is a series of negotiations. Even if when we are not in business, we have opportunities to negotiate all around us. President, fellow Toastmasters, and guests. We are always negotiating, isn't it? From morning to night. As the time that we are up from sleep and then the time that we go to sleep, we are always negotiating. We are negotiating at workplace. We are negotiating at home. At work, we are negotiating how to hire, how to manage business strategies, how to seek alignment, how to, how to also have throw sales pitch with our sales clients. When we come back home, we negotiate with our family, with our friends, how to, cook food, what to cook food, how to spend, where to save, who's going to negotiate to what extent we are going to have a screen time. So to summarize, we are always negotiating in our life. But have you ever realized that negotiation also takes place within ourselves? When we actually define negotiation, we envision people sitting across the table and persuading each other with our power of persuasion. But when we actually also have to look within ourselves and say that we also are negotiating with our own self each and every moment in our life. In fact, that's the biggest negotiation which takes place, correct? It leads us how well we communicate with others. It also helps us to understand how we influence everyone else around ourselves. Now, you may think this is a crazy thing, but how are we going to negotiate with ourselves? Is that really true? It's such a crazy idea. But my friend, that is really true. In fact, we have 4 big negotiators in our life. Now, let's dive down into understand who are these big 4 negotiators. Our first negotiator is, let's look at from a business perspective, the Chief Executive Officer, our thinker. Second, I'm sorry, let me take this part back. A Chief Executive Officer is our dreamer, the one who helps us to dream and helps us to innovate. The second, the Chief Financial Officer in our life is our big thinker, the person who helps us to analyze and solve the problem. The third is the Vice President, or the Vice President of our human resources, is our inner lover, the one who helps us to love ourselves, that helps us to nurture ourselves. And the fourth, finally, is our Chief Operating Officer, our inner warrior. We also know our 4 styles, right? The compromise style, the accommodation style of negotiating, the comparative style, and the collaborative style. Now let's put all these styles into our 4 big areas. The first is our, let's kind of compare how the Chief Executive Officer, or our inner dream. Our inner dream, as I told you earlier, he's the one who helps us to dream, right? What we normally do is we have to use our style here. I normally have to use currently a compromise style with my dreamer. For example, right now, I want to in fact participate in Mandarin Toastmasters Club. But right now I have to understand my limitation and say, I'm not good at Mandarin. So I have to be happy with my English Toastmasters Club, right? And first be better in speaking in English and be a better communicator. So that's my, I have to compromise. So this is my compromising style that I've used. My second one is my chief financing officer, and that is my inner thinker, who helps me to analyze and evaluate and helps me to prioritize. If I'm right now learning to even struggle with my public speaking skills, I have to first prioritize that well before even be proficient in my Mandarin speaking club, right? So I have to prioritize well with that. And third is my my vice president of my human resources is my inner lover. I have to first love myself, nurture myself, not use my competitive style to beat myself down and say and compare with each other and say that, oh my gosh, she's so good in Chinese. I'm not even good at my pronunciations. So I have to curb my competitive style, love, and say, okay, next time I will get better at it. Each day I have to look at it as a new day. My fourth is my inner warrior, or my chief operating style, who lies inside me. I have to negotiate with my chief operating style and say, I'm not going to be at war. In fact, I have to use my collaborative style and collaborate with my organization skills and with my intellectual skills, and be more organized. Even if I don't do well today, like yesterday, I didn't do well in my Chinese classes because I wasn't very good at my organization. I had my other priorities in life happening. So I have to use my collaborative style with my own self. So my friends, just to kind of summarize again, we have these four negotiators within ourselves: our dreamer, our thinker, our inner warrior, and our inner lover. So use your negotiating styles with them. Use all these compromise styles and be the best of your version of yourself. Because my friends, you are the one. If you have a good communicating style with yourself, you will be a great leader. You will impact others well. You'll influence yourself. It's all about you, myself. So be at peace with yourself and negotiate well with yourself. Back to you, Toastmasters of the Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joan. That was a fascinating analysis and a lesson to all of us how to deal with daily problems. We're now going on to our next speaker, who is Yanu from Beijing. And she's from China Go Beyond Online Toastmasters, and her topic is the journey. But first, we should like to go to her evaluator, Alicia, who we know as a speaker, and I'd like Alicia to tell us about this project. Please, Alicia, very briefly.
I believe I'm the evaluator for Yan O. Am I correct? Yan O is the second speaker.
Ah, right. Sorry, everything is moved around. That's right.
Yes, yes.
It's Margaret, who you all know from AIA. It doesn't say here you're a DTM. I'm sure you are.
No, I'm not yet. I'm working on it. Thanks, Angela.
We think of as being a DTM, but isn't yet.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
Margaret, please tell us anything you want to about yourself and about this project from Yanu, who's from Beijing.
Hi, Yan-O. Hi, everybody again. Good afternoon. Let's talk about our guest, Yan-O. Okay, Yan-O, as I understand it, this is a speech that you will be using for a contest. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. There are two things that you highlighted that you'd like me to look out for. I will share those in my evaluation. And right now, I'll hand the time back to the Toastmaster of the day to introduce you. Do you have the title of the speech for the Toastmaster of the day?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. I'll hand the control back to you, Angela.
Thank you. The topic is journey. Am I right in thinking this is the usual 5 to 7 minute speech? I'd like to ask
correct.
Jan.
5 to 7 minutes.
In that case, with journey, please welcome from Beijing, Yanu.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Yao from Beijing. So, as you know, in China, I'm actually the only child in my family. And like every Asian parent, my always had high expectation on me. Then when I was a kid, my best goal was to make my father happy and don't let them down. Then when I grew up, my father used all his his savings to send me for UK for study. However, I failed. I didn't get the master degree, and because I wasn't ready that time, and I cannot really learn everything in English. Then I back to China. I feel so frustrated because I actually let my family down. And I was thinking, I had a different life with my father because he can think of someone has a stable job and a stable life, and I haven't. Then I got a job in Shanghai, but I can still think that I'm a loser. Then by then I reviewed all my dreams. I think if I failed the first time, why not I try second time? So I left China again, go to UK for my second time for study. To be honest, I even didn't let my father know that I'm leaving China. I just run away through my journey. So I borrowed money from my mom and I just ran away to UK. So I saw this time I will do totally different. So I worked very hard and I found a job in London. And then suddenly I think, oh, look at me, I'm successful now. So I dressed very nice clothes in the London law firm, 5 people with 2 secretaries, drinking coffee overseas Times River. I said, oh, now I can relate to say, Father, you see, I made it. I made you proud. Then I met one guy in London's law firm. He's also from China, and he's now a migrant in London. And he told me for his best sorrow for his life is because one day his father was died in China, and he had no time to catch a flight to come back China to attend his funeral. Then that time made me thinking, if I cannot share the successful with the family, what's the purpose of that? I wasn't lost in that thinking for too long because I got so many fun things in London to do. So I pretend that I'm a person living in London for a long time. Just I learned everything for funny, like the stage performance and others. And just before I enjoyed life too much, again, this time, first month I was promoted. Second month I had been laid off from the law firm. Now I think that I'm down to the bottom again. This time it's even worse. Loss of job, loss of boyfriend, and I'm useless. So I totally make the family down, and I totally make my life down. So, and I even didn't know where to start it again because I'm in London. I'm here for. I was here for 3 months without really moving anywhere. Then I was reading from home. I was thinking, what exactly do I want? So in that mind, I'm reading the Taoist book, and it said actually people have different way of living. So if you call every beauty is a beauty, there's no ugly thing. So I'm thinking, do I really want to live my father's dream coming true to be a successful person, or something others to do? Then in my heart, I just realized what I want is I want to go home. So I'm really challenging myself. Is that the right purpose? If that's so, why should I spend the whole journey and identify that I want to be home? Then I was there again. One day I was crying when I read a book from Tiger. It said a stranger has to knock at so many strangers' doors until he can lock his own family's door. Now I was thinking, maybe after the whole journey, what I did is I can finally face a family to realize my role in family. So actually, I gave up in London. I come back home, and I told my father that what I want now is to spend more time with family, and I want to enjoy life in China. I know I can be finding a good job again, but all my value is at the moment with family. I thought he might be angry at me, and I thought he might see how stupid you are. But then my father just said, if you're unhappy in London, just come back, because what he really wants is to make me happy. Then I realized that I actually spent the whole journey, external journey to be growth, and internal journey just to be myself and realize what is my dream. And my father actually also spent his journey to see what his expectation can come to me, and also to see how he can play the role in his life and my life. So this is my story. Funny thing is, when I back to China, I found a job in China and I got married very soon. Now I'm still in China. And I think, although I'm still here, but the journey makes me grow. And I really found that I'm living now to my heart, now to someone else's willingness. And that makes a strong and a nice person. So that's my story. If anything to take away, I would say first, sometimes you may also on the journey identify external things and identify your internal things. And second, no matter how journey comes to, that will only make you a strong person, depends on how you think about it. Third, I should see the journey never ends. I'm still on the way to identify myself, and I'm not ashamed or afraid anymore, because that's a life. Okay, that's all. Back to your Toastmasters.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Yanu from Beijing. What a wonderful story. Very emotional about all the ups and downs, but a happy end and a continuing journey. We now move on to our next speaker, who is Vikana. Vikana, would you kindly introduce yourself and your speech, and then we will go on to your evaluator, Li Shan, who will talk about the project and its aims and what she will be looking for. So let's start with Vikana giving us the title and the length of the speech. Vikana, over to you. Tell us about yourself and very briefly about your speech. Vikana, are you there? Can you unmute and check you've got your timer? I don't see Vikana. Can anybody see Vikana?
No, I don't see him on the participant list.
He's on the group 2 list at 1 o'clock because we've moved on because one person was sick and we've had a chance to move people forward. So if we don't have Vikana, we will then move on to the next speaker on the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock list, which if you've got your, hello, Alicia, yes, what do you want? Unmute, thank you.
Move forward.
Yes, we're moving forward to Alicia's speech. Alicia is very well known. She's been in contests. She's been a contest winner. Alicia, would you like to elaborate on your self-introduction and your speech very quickly before we ask your evaluator, Robert? Are you around to evaluate? I don't see your evaluator.
Robert is not in also.
I take over.
Okay, Willie Lowe. Okay, back to you, Alicia. Can you enlighten us more about yourself and your project?
All right, just give me a minute. Huh?
I have a project objective.
Okay.
Thank you, Willie.
Humorous speaking menu. Make project 3. Make them laugh.
Let's all laugh.
Prepare a speech that opens and closes with humorous stories. Include jokes in the speech body to illustrate point or maintain audio interest. Deliver the jokes and stories smoothly and effectively. The time is 5 to 7 minutes. Over to you,
so much, Willie. Thank you so much, Willie. Well, let's all just have a quick laugh. Ha 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 ha. Put ourselves in the mood. Put Alicia in the mood. Ha ha ha. Can I see smiley faces? Ha ha ha. Over to you. What is your title, Alicia?
My title is Stay Home, Stay Connected, and Stay Entertained, Part 2. Before I start, I'm trying to look for the timer. Where's the timer?
The turtles are swimming.
Oh, okay, tortoise. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. Okay. A bright, shining morning, and it is June 2nd, the day the circuit breaker is over in Singapore. It has been 56 long days since it started on April 7th. Let me continue to light up your home wherever you are. You might stay home till since the circuit breaker was lifted on 1st June 2020. Ever since the end of the circuit breaker, life has changed, and this is what happened in my family. It is time for me to go out to celebrate the end of the circuit breaker. I chose jogging because it is greatly beneficial. It is good for your legs and your feet. It is incredibly good for the ground. The 56-day circuit breaker makes the ground feel needed. Nobody stepped on it for 56 days. And it's needed for me to help me to get back to my original shape from round to back to hourglass shape. So now I put on my best attire, never slow down. And headband, armband, and I'm ready to go. But to my disappointment, most of the people running out there were just like me. All of them had long unkept hair and were grossly out of shape. So I used my imagination and ran like there was a hot Korean hot guy in front of me. That was the hot Korean Tabata guy from my online class last week. And a creepy guy behind me. So that gave me the motivation to run as fast as I could. But my rusty legs lost coordination and I fell flat. But I remained unhurt because I had lots of extra fats to cushion my fall. Now that the shops were open, it is time to get out and do some real shopping. Because it's the first day after circuit breaker and businesses were still adjusting from the deadly COVID-19 virus and practicing safe distancing measures. One had to scan the barcode to get to the shopping center and use your IC also to scan to avoid getting infectious illnesses. So this is how you should do scanning. You need to locate where is the barcode. So you do this kind of thing. There's a bit of a dance. And when you go shopping, don't choose cash or credit card because there's contact. Choose cashless payment. So when I was queuing for my favorite bak kut teh at the hawker center, the queue was so long. By the time it came to me, when I wanted to eat $3 or $4, the $3 was gone and the $4 was the only remainder. But when I opened my wallet, oh, no cash. So I had to do cashless. And cashless, I saw, oh, many pay modes, PayWave, favorite, don't know what other modes. So I took out my handphone again, did my dancing and scanning. Now, after running around the whole day, the whole week, I remember all the good home cooked food I had last week during the COVID-19 period. Now, when I'm back, Dad turns to me and instructs me, so when are you going to cook for us? I smile sheepishly. Well, I can cook a good breakfast, but do you really want to eat what I cook for dinner? Dad doesn't reply me, and so silence is acceptance. Now with all the running around Singapore, to all the places and parks which I always go as a tourist within my own country, I came back tired with all the venture and was watching the news. There was a press conference by the Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong with a grim face, as long as the floor. He said, due to the second wave of COVID-19, as people did not take enough precautions and neglected the social distancing and started socializing again, we have no choice but to reintroduce circuit breaker again. So I turned
a little, so if you need me to go, I can go so that I have a little bit of a break before I speak to the next person. I mean, before I evaluate the next person.
Let me try to work this out then. We are now going back. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, Angela. There is some change. Okay. Maybe Robert came in, so he will be evaluated Minashi.
Right, who is going next? Willie, can you tell me who is going next?
Vikana.
Vikana.
So sorry, Ati, let me do a check.
I had down as having Shan as an evaluator. Are we sticking to
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yes. In Vikana, I'm looking for you on my screen. Ah, there you are, waving in front of what appears to be an American stage.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and guests, especially to you, John. Today, I will be evaluating John's speech in 3 areas. What I like, how to further improve on your speech, and the challenge. What I like about your speech is you have really great organization. I like your message. And this
is somebody doing a replay?
Negotiation instead of a usual story of what a person did when he or she was in a leading someone or in a leadership position. Really interesting way to connect negotiation styles and to your personal negotiation with your inner dream, thinker, lover, and warrior. And I love how you relate them as your chief executive officer, chief finance officer, etc.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we've just heard the majority of the evaluation for Joan's speech by
Angela. Before you go ahead with speeches, how does this work? I mean, are there the evaluations down the road or no evaluations?
According to my program, we are operating in the usual way. We are having all the speeches and then all the evaluations, but we've moved the speeches from section 2 to follow on from the previous session because speakers had dropped out. However, your evaluator has come in. I think Xian Li assumed that she was next on the program. So Xian Li, have you now finished your evaluation of Joan?
Angela, yeah, I think I am good to go. Oh, sorry, I forgot to show myself.
I think Angela let the next speaker, Vikara, speak, and then later, after everyone has speak, Lisa can start her evaluation.
Thank you. I didn't like to interrupt her since she was in full flow, but now we're back on track. And Vikana, who's now disappeared off my screen.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I see. You've got two appearances, one as a speaker and one as an evaluator, a man with 2 hats and 2 screens. I would now like everybody to wave and welcome Vikana, and I would like him to explain to us, introduce himself and his speech before we go on to his evaluator. Vikana, tell us about yourself for those who don't know you.
Okay, I had sent you my intro, but it's okay. Very simple. It's one sentence. I say, I live in the moment and I live by nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Thank you, Vikana. What is the title of your speech?
It is the title of my speech. I have to now go and look. Just give me a second because I've already updated it in the system. Just give me 1 second because I don't want to give a wrong title. But if I have to pick a quick title, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just going back into Toastmos to see what I put down as a title. Just give me 1 second, I apologize, but it's got to do with my title. What I'm supposed to do is speak to inform, and today's title, what I put down was, I'm pretty sure I put down learning from experience Toastmasters. I'm pretty sure that's what I put down. If you can give me in just another moment to confirm what I have said is accurate or not, that will be.
let's move on to the evaluator, who should be Li Shan, to tell us about the project. Li Shan, are you available?
Okay, here I am. All right, Vikana, your project is under the Speech to Inform. Objectives: select new and useful information for presentation to the audience. Organize the information for easy understandability and retention. Present the information in a way that will help motivate the audience to learn. Timing is 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you. Vikana, can you see the timer? The timer is Li Shan. What screen are you showing at the moment, Li Shan? Is it Turtle? Ah, sorry. Where, I can't see. Li Shan, where are your...
You look at the Golden Gate or San Francisco Golden Gate.
Ah, right. That's what was confusing me. I saw 2 golden gates. Right.
Okay, let me change my screen then.
So Li Shan is matching Vikana, and Vikana now tell us how his updated title. Back to you, Vikana.
Okay, the title is Learning from Experienced Toastmasters. Actually, Shanshan and I were in the same location, but obviously, as you picked up on that, Angela, she decided to split from that location and go to the wildlife instead, you know. Can you also give my intro for my speech? Otherwise, I can just give the intro to my speech so that people know what the setting of the stage is.
Vikana, you do it, please.
Okay. Okay. So I've written it. Okay. So Vikaran will be talking about an upcoming learning speech experience. This is being presented to the public. So all of you who are listening on to this are not Toastmasters and are not aware of something known as the Toastmasters organization. Okay?
Yes.
So Vikaran, now on to you.
So the timer will start from now on. Thank you, Vikana. Please tell us, Vikana, what you wish to inform us about.
Good afternoon, fellow countrymen, worldwide citizens, Singaporeans, friends, and all the other people who have decided to tune in and listen to us. What I am going to be sharing with you is, have you ever been in a situation at work where you've got promoted and now you're soon going to be starting to deal with team meetings, to start doing certain presentations? I'm sure, as I really can't, as I kind of mentioned saying tuned in, so that automatically led you to thinking this is a radio broadcast, but actually this is a one-on-one meeting. So I should not have maybe said tune in, but how many of you, can you just maybe raise your hand or just give me some kind of a signal? Okay, I see a couple of hands. So just like in any job, we actually go through progression of getting promoted, moving up the ladder. These are just new responsibilities. Always remember, it's all very simple to speak with people. If you've never done that before, and you have no idea, and you start getting nervous, how do I do it? I get nervous. I have a lot of pause fillers. I get sweaty. My heart starts beating really fast. Well, all that's normal. Let me talk to you about some of the resources which are actually available for you. Well, obviously you have the web. The internet is full of information how to do this. But I can tell you one thing. You can learn from the web, or you can actually practice yourself on how to do that. Instead of having to listen from the web and trying to act it out in front of a screen, you actually have an audience to practice on. What am I talking about? Let me introduce you to a great organization called Toastmasters of Toastmasters International. Now, some of us who are sitting in this audience may say, well, I travel a lot for work. I have kids. I have a different schedule. Trust me, Toastmasters is such a wide organization that if you're traveling, you can go attend a meeting at a different destination. One day you're in Hong Kong, you can attend it out there. One day you're in Beijing, you can attend it out there. One day you're back home in Singapore or wherever home is for you, you can attend it out there as well. For people who have young kids or newborns and they're thinking, well, I can't go to a physical location, you can even attend it online. You don't have to go to physical clubs. I belong to a club known as Singapore Online English Toastmasters Club. You can just come listen to us. We meet every Friday evening, late in the evening. So you don't have to worry about, oh, my kid's going to be awake. Hopefully by that time, you've already put them to bed. So what is this organization? Well, this organization, which is known as Toastmasters, helps you dip your toes into the water so you get a little bit more familiar with speaking in front of an audience. Not only does it give you a platform to speak, but it also teaches you the basics, such as when you're doing a speech, you should always have an introduction. Then you should have a body. And the last bit, you should have a conclusion, drawing all the points together so that people have a message to remember. It's going to be those last few minutes which people are going to remember. They may remember your jokes, they may remember some of the other antics you may do to draw their attention, but this gives you a platform. Now, the Toastmasters clubs, various clubs, have lots and lots of experienced Toastmasters, and that's what my title said. Learn from experienced Toastmasters. There are plenty of Toastmasters who are willing to share their experience and tell you what they did and what they learned out of it. They're willing to share with you how you can improve on your speech. So not only are you learning from them, but you're already hurdling over some of the stumbling blocks you would come across while doing it on your own. Toastmasters not only gives you some basic ideas, but as your speeches go on, it tells you how to use your vocal variety. What I mean by vocal variety is, yes, I'm excited. No, I'm scared. How to bring about different sort of fluctuations in your voice. Bring about excitement, bring about sadness, bring about how to engage the audience. They talk about body gestures. Yes, me waving my hand, getting your attention. Me, if I suddenly began dancing around, gets your attention. So not only is there non-verbal cues, but there are verbal cues. Now, I won't talk about all the different parts about Toastmasters because that's what I want you to go and discover. What I want to also spend another minute or two talking about is, say you're still frightened about it, you don't know. Currently, there are some upcoming speeches coming on where there are going to be lots of experienced Toastmasters. They're going to be talking about how to formulate your speech, how to get over your fears, how to pick a topic. All those will also be addressed online. So next Sunday, or I think on a Thursday, I know on the 24th or on the 25th, people are going to be speaking and presenting various workshops. So you can actually just listen in and get to know all these special speeches which they're going to be talking about, such as how do I pick a topic? How do I actually present? How do I get over my jitters? All these workshops are 10 to 15 minutes long. Doesn't take long. You can pick up some valuable knowledge. These are all small golden nuggets you can pick up. To sum it all up, let me just say, by joining Toastmasters, you won't go wrong. first of all, you are going to get over your fear of public speaking. I will leave it in your own hands to decide what you want to do. But this is the right decision you need to make for yourself. You want to speak in front of people? You can't go wrong. Join Toastmasters. Back to you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Vikana. That was wonderful. I hope we have a recording of that, and I'm sure many clubs in Singapore would love to have your speech on their websites. Now, our next speaker will be Shan Shan, our timer, and I presume somebody else such as Willie can take over the timer while Shan Shan is speaking. Willie, can I refer to
I'll be helping you with the timing.
Ah, right, we have another willing timer, a little lady from Beijing. This is all of, it's one of those timers. Toastmasters have many hats. We're all revolving roles here. Shan Shan, let me just introduce her. For anybody who doesn't know Shan Shan, she's been our timer today. She is very busy in 2 clubs. I believe one is Astro and the other was Toapeo South, both of which I've been to. She's a DTM, which means she's a Distinguished Toastmaster, which is an acknowledgement by Toastmasters of all the good work she has done over the years. And I would like to ask her for her title before passing over to her evaluator, Robert Ng, to tell us what you'll be looking for. So first, let's have the title from Shan Shan. And Shan Shan, I'm supposed to ask, can you see the timer?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. And the title of your speech will be?
Kitchen Misadventures.
Thank you. I'll now go on to Robert Ng, Distinguished Robert Ng, who perhaps would briefly introduce himself and then tell us what he's looking for in this project, what the purpose of it is.
Willie, I think you got it wrong or not?
No, because there's a last minute, because there's a delay, so you have to take. Oh, okay, let me check who's the evaluator.
Actually, I'm supposed to be evaluator today.
The evaluator is Mina.
I'm Shan Shan's evaluator.
And Robert is Mina evaluator. Sorry, Robert. Yes.
So
Angel.
So just to double check, Mina, you have the.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to be a speaker today, so I don't know what is going on.
Right. So Shan Shan, your evaluator is Mina.
Yeah.
And then the next speaker will be Meenakshi, and whose evaluator will be, I've got
Vikarna.
Well, it was supposed to be me, but I guess I just saw a message saying, already said that Robert was going to be his evaluator. So I'm easy either way. I can evaluate or not evaluate. You can flip a coin.
You can take a break for this meeting.
So is there another speaker somewhere, someone speaking so I can evaluate or what?
No, you will be evaluated, Mina. Persuasion speaking.
Oh, Mina. Oh, Mina hasn't spoken yet. Okay, what is the project? Because I don't have the project.
I've sent in the group chat. You can check.
Robert, I'll just send you a private message with the information. Okay.
Can I just check? Are Mina and Meenakshi the same person?
Yeah, same.
Right. As far as I can see, we're now listening to Shan Shan's speech, and the evaluator is Mina. So for Meenakshi,
Okay, I will read out the objective for Shan Shan.
Thank you.
Okay, Shan Shan will be presenting her engaging humor level 5, demonstrating expertise. Her objective is for the member to practice developing and presenting a longer humorous speech. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Mina. Before we go to Shanshan, can I see everybody waving and laughing and smiling to put her in the mood? Thank you. Now over to you, Shanshan. You have a warmed up audience.
How many of you confess that the only dish you can cook is instant noodles? The only one that you can cook is instant noodles and nothing else. Nothing else but instant noodles. And of course, maybe I can say boil water, put the kettle on and boil water. Maybe that is. The truth is, I only know how to cook instant noodles, open the packet, put the instant noodle in, put the sauces in, put everything in, put the egg in, voila. You have your meal for the day, or your dinner, your supper, whichever. That is the only thing I know how to make for instant noodles. The moment it was announced that there is a circuit breaker in Singapore, I was like, oh no, what am I going to eat for the next few days? What's my breakfast? What's my lunch? What's my dinner? Or what's my tea break? What's my lunch? What's my afternoon break? What's my supper? I have no idea. But thankfully, there is someone in my household that plans out the daily routine. That means every morning, your breakfast is already planned, your lunch is planned, your dinner is even planned. Up to the moment when is your tea break timing is also planned. And that person is my mom. She planned the breakfast, she planned the lunch, the dinner. Week in, week out is the same. So Monday, you are planning for maybe a spaghetti dish. The next Monday, the week after Monday, is the same dish again. So it's repeat. Week in, week out, repeat. Repeat on the Sunday evening, the planning will go. Okay, so this is what I need, this is what I do. Every day, for the next few days, for the last few days, it was the same. In, out, it was the same. So recently, I was researching on some products to cook, and guess what? The products that I cooked versus the product online is two different products, even though they are the same dishes. For example, I was trying to make a dish out of carrots and potatoes. When you cook it out on the video that's shown on the internet, it was perfectly round shaped, really crispy and all that. But for me to cook it, it came out soggy, it came out, all the potato and carrot was all separated. None of them was mashed together like the picture that was shown where everything was perfectly cooked, everything was perfectly shown, perfectly presented. For me, it was, I can't describe the word to say. The only word I can think of is a disaster. It's not perfect, it's a disaster in cooking. In the kitchen, the most used dish is actually my air fryer. Because the air fryer, anything frozen, just throw it inside, key the time, key the temperature, and you sit back and relax and wait. Ding! Okay, dish is ready, open it up, put it in the bowl. There you go, your french fries is done, your nuggets is done, your dumplings is even done. There you go, no need to think of anything else. Everything is all in the air fryer. Just put the timing, just put the temperature, and voila. Nothing else. Good to go. And it's effortless as well. Nothing, you no need any effort to chop the potatoes, chop the carrots, whisk everything, whisk the egg, or everything. By the time you have finished your dishes, you have given up trying to eat it or trying to cook it already. So I decided to try a dish on the internet that I saw, which was what I described just now. The potato and carrots mashed together to make a simple dish that the kids even will love. There are some kids who don't like to eat vegetable at all. You can try this. It's a mixture of carrot, potatoes, thinly sliced, put some cornstarch, put some eggs, mix them together, heat up your pan, add some oil, keep it fried, mash them together, fry it into a pancake shape. Ready? Fry it up, flip it over to see it's golden brown. But for me to try it, the potato was one side, the carrot was one side. Everything was all separated. It wasn't mashed together properly. And the moment it was cooked, it looks like one big pancake instead of one small pancake. And that is my cooking experience. When I was peeling the potato, you need to peel off the skin one by one, peel it up, peel it up. I was looking at my finger. Suddenly, there's a piece of skin missing from the finger. And I looked into the sink. Oops. There it was in the sink along with the potato skin. And my mom was like, "Girl, you are so delicate, can't even peel a potato properly." See, I told you the only thing I can cook is instant noodles. Everything put inside one pot, done. No need to cut everything, put inside. Even potato, even the sausage, take out from the freezer, put it inside and cook. All in one dish, nothing else. No need to slowly peel the potatoes, peel the carrots, until you see that there's injuries on your fingers or even everywhere. So, my mom decided to take over the cooking then. In fact, every time, she is the one who took over the cooking. So every day she planned the scene, every day she would plan and start to cook. Every day, we enjoy all the cooking, especially dinner time. You see curry chicken, you see laksa, you see chicken rice, you even see fried bee hoon, yong tau foo, everything. Every week, every day, 7 days a week, all different menus, all planned out together. So, I was like, okay, you can take all the heavy cooking. I'll just take the simple one, put everything in the air fryer that type, or just cook instant noodles that type. Now, how many of you have this issue of trying to think of what to cook every day for your family? Or how many of you have this issue of, well, I'll just repeat what is done last week, what is it this week, and I just copy together. No need to think of anymore. Last week, this week, all combined together. Voila, you have your dish for 7 days a week. No need to think. Of course, you have success stories, you have failure stories. One of the failure stories I have is the Korean coffee craze. How many of you have heard of the Dalgona coffee craze? How many of you? The creamy coffee that will add to your milk. Well, I decided to try it with matcha powder. Guess what? It turned out good, bad. You decide after listening to this. Now, step 1, take a packet of matcha powder. Step 2, get some hot water. Step 3, take a whisk and a bowl, like this. Pour everything matcha mix into the bowl. Take 2 tablespoons of hot water, mix it up into your bowl. Next up, take a whisk and whisk it. After whisking for half an hour, and by the time you want the half an hour is up, your hand will be like, cannot move anymore. Your hand is cramped. Leg cramp, muscle cramp, everything, because you are sitting down, stirring it, everything all cramped together after half an hour, and you look at the bowl. You look at the picture on your laptop, on your phone, you look back at the bowl, look at the picture again, look at the bowl again. It is not the same. and it's still runny, it's not creamy like what the picture shows. That is a failure. Do you think you want to try again after this failure? Or will you just give up and say, okay, I give up for now? Well, I decided to research for some more recipe and noticed that a lot of them actually put in heavy cream, which I did not. And some of them did not put heavy cream, but it turned out creamy. So where is the error in between? Or is it I didn't use an electric whisker, or I use a handheld whisker? I have no idea. I need to search for it some more. So many of times we see something, we see it presented so well on the screen, and we look at our product and we're like, okay. And we give up, not try again. Because the product that we do ourselves is different from the product that was shown on the screen, or the research that we have shown, or we have found is different. So you give up. You give up doing the thing again. Just what you think is, nah, I'm not a good cook. I can't cook. I can't cook those mouth-watering dishes that are shown. I'm not Jamie Oliver. I'm not Gordon Ramsay. I'm not even all the chefs in Singapore. I'm just a simple me. How could I be a good cook if I can't even do a simple mixture of a coffee? That is where, if you have the thinking this way, then I will say it's time to hang up your apron and not to touch the kitchen anymore. But I did not. Instead, I went on to find out something else. Now, I know it's lunchtime here, so bear with me for a while. Just bear with me, because the next dish I'll talk about is the mouth-watering, crackling, roasted pork that you can do in your air fryer. Now, what we did was, some of the recipes online you find that they put a huge layer of salt on the pork skin. Then you put a tin foil and put it in the air fryer. Before that, you need to put it in the fridge for at least 24 hours. What we did was put in the fridge for 48 hours instead of 24 hours. And the result was even more better because the skin came out, when you cut it out, it was so cracking that if you film it on video, the sound was resoundingly cracking. It was like crack. You really literally hear the screen crack. Even if your phone, you also hear the sound. And that is the success story of a copying from the internet. So you have a success story, you have a failure story. What will you do next? Continue on with the success story to find something else to do, or continue working on the failure story, why it failed? Which one will you choose? 1 or 2? Option to continue with the success story, or option number 2, continue to research why it failed. Now, how many of you can tell me which option will you choose? Just show me your numbers, fingers, 1 or 2. All right, then I guess everybody have this option of continuing why it failed, because I realized that I need something else. I may not use a manual whisker, I may need a electronic whisker so that I can whisk it better and without the manual labor of manually whisking everything together. Of course, there's a lot of various success stories on the internet. Even on Facebook, you take a look. Oh, everybody's presenting so well, everybody's putting up so well. But how many of you have actually successfully cooked something and posted it up on the screen on Facebook and let other people say, wow, I want to try it as well? How many of you have done that? That you posted your foods and your friends and even the public are like, oh, good, I also want to try this. Good, I also want to try that. How many of you are actually trying to do that? Or how many of you have actually posted up your failure stories to let other people see and let people comment on it? How many of have you done that? The success story or the failure stories? Or you put up both side by side to show that you actually improve on it. So when it comes to presenting a food, or sometimes when it comes to researching a food, do it within your means. Do it within something that you can do or something that you want to do. Because most of the time, you hit a failure, you end up giving up. When you hit a success story, you want to try to replicate the success story again. So I tried the failure story again, but this time with coffee mix, instant coffee, 2-in-1. And I would say it's semi-successful because I did not use sugar. I used artificial sugar instead. And the effect wasn't that good as well. I also didn't use what we call the instant coffee mix. I used a 2-in-1 coffee mix, which turns out a bit better, but not as good as those shown on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. It's not there. It's just very thinly successful. And I need to focus more on how to get it done. Now the coffee craze is done. Next step is to find out how to bake a cake in the tiny air fryer. My air fryer is the Philips air fryer, but the basket is this small, and usually when you use a traditional oven, your cake pan is this big round one that you can put into a traditional oven. Everything will be go according to the packet instructions. But for air fryer, you have to gauge. Okay, let's say for the oven, I will need 350 degrees. But air fryer, you may need about 200 degrees. Okay, be done. You try. But now recently, there are a lot of bakers in the Facebook, especially the air fryer group. You have a lot of them putting up their burnt cakes, putting up all their recipes, and it's time to try. But I don't have the ingredients because in this circuit breaker situation in Singapore, flour is of limited stock. There is not much of flour in Singapore that you can find. Perhaps not much of cake flour you can find, not much of a self-raising flour you can find. Even if you go to the shops that are selling all the baking ingredients, they are also running out. Supermarkets in Singapore have also running out of cake flours. You go there, sometimes the shelves are all empty. How can you bake a cake now? The only thing is to wait it out and see what other options you can do. Other options you can find. Many of the options. Now, instead of doing a cake, why not you try air fried omelets? Or why not you try air frying drunken prawns? Or why not you try air frying nuggets for a simple meal? Or why not you try, let me think, what else can we do? Get a potato, peel it off, cut it into strips, voila, you have your own French fries. Instead of going to the supermarket buying frozen French fries, you have your healthier options, and some more, you can cut it to the thicker slice, the size you want. Sometimes the French fries that is at McDonald's or even the supermarkets are so thin that you might want maybe one more full, you finish about 10 or 15 French fries together. But if you cut a thicker slice of potato, really green, yellow, creamy, and put it in air fryer, comes out as this thick, ready to eat. And the crunchiness of it is time to sit down, enjoy a meal that is of your own hard work. Instead of getting the frozen French fries, plug it into the air fryer, that's it. Your meal is done. but without the joy of having to peel it off. Next up. The other appliance in the house nowadays is actually the stove. But I'm not the one to control the stove. I'm the one to help my mom to stir the soups, to put everything inside, to put the spices inside, to put everything in, pluck it out, put it into a thermal, and that's it. 1 hour later, your lunch is done. You just need to cook it for 5 minutes, put it into a thermal, go ahead and do other things, and then come back. So I would say Kitchen Misadventures these few days has a lot of stories. I know I made you hungry today, especially at lunchtime, and I will say I'm sorry for it because I am also hungry at now, and I hope that everybody enjoys the stories of successful stories, failure stories, and also enjoy the little nuggets of foods that you can make with air fryer. Back to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you so much, Shan Shan, for that entertaining story. Everyone has already waved their hands and laughed. I'm sure we were smiling to ourselves all the way through. And I'm looking forward to your evaluation. Our next speaker, according to my sheet here, is Mina, and I think she will now be evaluated by Robert Ng. Is that the latest news? Can you confirm, Willie? Mina is giving me the thumbs up. And Robert, will you give me a thumbs up? Robert? Yes. So, Mina, can you give us a very brief introduction to yourself and why we should all love you?
Thank you, Toastmaster of the day. So yes, my speech today will be the perfect mask. And I am Meena, hailing from SG Online Toastmasters Club. Also the current president of Thales Toastmasters Club. And you should be listening to me on a Sunday because what I'm going to speak is the need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Meena. So what she's going to speak about, we've heard, and we'll now go over to her evaluator, Robert, to tell us the aim of the project and what he will be looking for. I imagine he's been sent the information or can remember it. Can you tell us, Robert, are you up to date on this as you've come in late? Can you tell us? Robert, you need to unmute yourself. Robert, please unmute yourself. Thank you, Robert. Please come in and tell us about this project.
Mina, which project is it that you are doing?
Mina, you need to unmute as well.
Which assignment? 1, 2, 3?
Project 3, project 3, winning proposal.
The winning proposal, okay. The objective is to prepare a proposal advocating an idea or course of action and to organize the proposal using the 6-step method provided. And the time is 5 to 7 minutes. That's it?
Thank you, Robert. We're coming back to Robert later. Now we're going back to Mina. Mina, please repeat your title and then tell us what you're going to tell us. Over to Mina.
Shanshan will be the timer, right?
Yes. I think you can now see something. Where is the timer? What are you showing now, timer?
Yeah, I can. I saw the timer.
You've seen it. Good.
So the project is Persuasive Speaking, Project 3, the winning proposal, and the title is The Perfect Mask. Good afternoon, Toastmasters and dear guests. On a Sunday afternoon, when you are sitting inside the home, which is not the usual thing that you do, why don't you find out from a salesperson who wants to share with you some ideas? For any salesperson or for anybody, a situation arises and there is a solution. But the solution has to be bought by the other party to be the solution that is implemented. Today we'll see how a salesperson gives a proposal to the buyer or the customer. For any situation, there are 4 proposals that are possible: lose-lose, lose-win, win-lose, and win-win. So there are 4 proposals. The first one, the lose-lose. You lose and your customer lose. Why would you propose such a proposal that is of no use to anybody? But there are times that when you have to accept these proposals. The second one is the lose-win. The proposal when the salesperson loses, but the customer wins. When will you do such a proposal? These proposals are exhibited when the salesperson wants to do an advertisement. This is kind of making the product, publicize the product and make it a brand or the wanted item among the public. So you go for the lose and win proposal. The third proposal is the win-lose proposal. And the fourth is the win-win proposal. Both these proposals are a win to the salesperson, and that is what I'm going to exhibit today. The item that I chose today is the mask. Of course, everyone in this room will possess at least one mask with you, because this is a situation where the entire world is fighting against one unseen virus. Let me tell you a story. 2 months or even 3 months before, Jan 18th or 19th, when I first saw a news in Singapore news channel, there is this virus called coronavirus, and you have to be very careful because it's spreading in the community. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think what this could cause. But when my neighbor at the office said, I am back from China and I will be put on LOA, I was worried. Oh, this virus is such a serious thing. 1 week passed and the guy is coming to office. The first thing that I wanted to do is take this with me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, can you see? This is a surgical mask which is proposed to be used to avoid the virus. But at that time, the SG government said, if you're well, no need to use a mask. If you have respiratory illness, then you have to and you must have to use a mask. But as usual, you go to office, you forget things, and that day I forgot the mask. At the door, when the person took the temperature, I pleaded him, please give me a mask because today there is someone going to come from a place where the coronavirus is existing. That was I wonder why I did that, but I wanted to save myself and I thought the mask is going to save me. So I got this one piece and I lived with it for the entire day. But then the situation turned and the number of cases in Singapore crossed 1,000. Now I realized that the government established another news saying that the WHO indicates that we will not say no for people who want to use masks, because the airborne coronavirus also do exist. Now, I was one who didn't even go to the place to buy a mask. Now I searched online and I got this salesperson's contact and I took that. I want mask. How much is it? He said, sorry, madam, we are out of stock. Then I took the responsibility and thought I should be the salesperson and selling the mask. I researched and got this mask box. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are one who forgot to buy the mask box, buy it from me. I will give you for $15. This contains 50 pieces. But do you agree with me if I say that? Because it's going to be a huge cost for you. Because you can use that mask and you have to throw it away. But if I show you, there is another mask that do exist. This one, the N95. This one is nice. It fits nicely, but I feel a kind of discomfort putting it on because it doesn't cover. At times it feels a hurt here and it hurts there. So I'm thinking, I should withdraw selling this mask. I researched again the mask box or maybe the cloth mask. Okay, let me explain you. The cloth mask goes like this, and it is one given by the Singapore government to all the citizens out there. But you know, if you do not wash this mask, it is as dangerous as getting into the virus itself. So what next? What I'm trying to sell it to you. This piece of cloth. It is a mask. It is a shawl. You can put it up in whatever way you want. Cover up yourself when it is cold. You can cover your face if you are going out. So it's a dual purpose. And you know what? The cost of this one is not even that of a mask box. This is a reusable, washable, and it is such a long piece and it can fit anybody. So guys, if you want this, just personal message me and you will get it. There are variety of colors and you can choose according to your dress. Guess the price of it?
$1.
It's $2. Sorry, Willie, $1 is such a low price at the need of the hour because there is lot of logistics that has to be done. And if you want this kind of a mask, $2 it is, and you can choose your color. With that, back to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you so much, Meena, for that entertaining and enlightening speech about masks and the different types of masks. A very timely speech. Now, we must move on to our next speaker. I believe this might be the last speaker, Loris. Loris, can you wave?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Loris. Loris, I don't know you, so would you be kind enough to tell us all something about yourself?
Hi, I'm Loris from Brother Heights 2 Toastmaster Club. I'm presenting my second speech from Persuasive Influence Pathway. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes,
sorry,
go on.
my speech title is I Love CV.
I love CV. For those of you who don't know, Bradle Heights has 4 different clubs. Bradle Heights 2, which Loris is from, Bradle Heights Advanced, which I am from, and Bradle Heights Mandarin. So 4 clubs, but we're not all even in the same area. Mine is area S5. What area is yours in, Loris?
Area G.
G, would you believe 2 clubs in the same building when we are in a building in 2 different areas? I would now like to go over to Robert, who I believe, no, Robert was Meenakshi. Hyung Mi Chu, have I pronounced that right?
Yeah.
Where are you? Wave? Oh, yes. I know you. I've seen you before.
Yes, I know you too, Angela.
Would you like to tell us about this project and what you and we should be looking for?
Sure. Today, Loris will deliver the level 1 project 2, evaluation and feedback. So the purpose of this project is for the member to present a speech on any topic, receive feedback, and apply the feedback to a second speech. Loris, is it your first speech or second speech?
Second.
Okay. So the purpose of this speech is for the member to demonstrate that he or she has applied the feedback received from his speech. I haven't see any feedback. So could you share the first feedback you received? Yeah.
Do I send to you here?
I'm a bit confused here. On the program sheet, I'm supposed to evaluate Loris. I just want to clarify. It's perfectly fine if Huang Ming go ahead with it. Is it correct, really? Because on the program sheet, I'm his
We have changed.
PE.
We have been updated just now. There are some changes. Because
Okay, so now Huang Ming is evaluating Loris, is that right?
Yes, you can take.
I was looking at the updated version. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please carry on, Huang Ming.
Okay, thank you.
May I just say something? What we do sometimes is we privately message any evaluation we would like to give to speakers or indeed evaluators, put it politely, give praise and then suggestion and then praise. And a lot of speakers and evaluators will be very grateful. In fact, I would be very grateful for any comments. Right, back to Loris, who I believe is the last speaker. Is that right, Willie? Is he the last speaker? Seems that Loris, you are the final act. So give us your title again and we will all listen agog to your speech. Back to you.
My title is I Love CV.
I love CV. Back to Loris. Please all welcome Loris.
The hospital is packed with patients. Planes are grounded. Share prices drop to their new low. And people are locked out in their homes. This is not a scene from any movie, but the real crisis that's happening right before our very own eyes in Singapore and around the world. People are on a panic buying mode, emptying shelves and loading up their shopping carts with tons of essential items. For me, I panic too when I see my wallet. No cash left. Ladies and gentlemen, a splendid afternoon to you. How have you been spending your days since the start of the circuit breaker? The coronavirus outbreak is a first and foremost human tragedy affecting millions of people worldwide. It is also having a growing adverse impact on the global economy. However, not all are gloom and bleak. On the macro level, I can see that it has three major benefits to the world. Firstly, cleaner air. From China, Hubei province to the industrial northern Italy and beyond, air pollution levels had plummeted. Our suffocating Mother Earth finally have a breather. According to experts, it has been observed that the ozone layer protecting our Earth from the harmful UV rays is beginning to restore. Secondly, restore peace. This tiny, invisible virus is able to stop the 6-month-long protests in Hong Kong that frustrated the government and broke up the city into a living hell. Finally, is able to restore the peace that the ordinary people on the streets desire. Last but not least, it helps to accelerate the digital transformation for many businesses that most CIO have failed to achieve it. On a personal level, COVID-19 has brought along several unexpected pleasant results for me. And to clearly illustrate it, I will borrow the letters from the word COVID. C, cook more. Just like anyone else, my wife and me brought several food from the supermarkets and we started whipping out various cuisine daily. Thanks to our mentors, the celebrity chefs like Gordon Ramsay and Jamie Oliver and other Asian chefs, we were able to enjoy Italian, Westerns, Korean, Japanese, and of course, Chinese food, which are all healthy with no MSG added. My wife even bred breads for our breakfast. As a result, we build stronger bonds as we spend more quality times together for now. Oh, order more. With only essential services provided, shopping online has become the only norm. From buying food to facial products, we've helped to spur the economy. Video more. Netflix and YouTube have become our new buddies as we start to catch up on movies and series that we are unable to catch up previously due to the hectic schedule. My favorite is the popular American TV sitcom called Friends, which makes it a great dinner time to show. Improve more. Prior to the circuit breakers, I borrowed several books from the National Library and also enrolled myself in several online courses. By immersing myself in various domains that I'm interested in, it empowers me to stay relevant and also broaden my perspective. I'm loving it. Discipline more. With a timetable set and without the need to rush to work, I'm able to go for my morning jogs, have my meals on time, and also sleep early. I even get to do yoga with my wife on a weekday afternoon. As a result, I feel healthier, fresher, and ready to take on the task for the day. To conclude, although the COVID-19, the circuit breakers had brought along its many inconveniences, such as unable to catch up with my friends over meals and sports, and not able to travel abroad. However, it does give me a golden opportunity to enrich myself and to do the things that I've always procrastinated to do. To quote my wife, it is like a maternity preview for her. This crisis had also demonstrated the generosity and kindness that Singaporean has shown to the plight of the workers and the less fortunate. I also realized that Singapore do have a Fed Reserve, and I have deep reverence for the government and our leaders. Besides WFH, work from home, and adapting to the new way of working through Zoom or Skype, etc., I did get something that's even more valuable, which is the time freedom. I love CB. Back to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you very much for that hopeful, cheerful speech to make us all feel that life is better than we might have thought it was. Very good. That brings us to the end of our speeches, unless we have a last minute waving in speaker. I don't think so. So now we have the joy of hearing from our evaluators. Now, our schedule has changed, but we started with Joan as a speaker, and her evaluator was originally going to be Xian Li. Can I have a wave from the evaluator?
Hi.
Hello.
Li Xian is here.
Li Xian. Right, yeah. Li Xian. Would you just remind us what we need to know about you, your a member of NUS, is that right?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm from NUS Toastmasters Club. Nice to meet you all here. So this is my first time attending the speech marathon. I just signed up for the session for the following week, so I was interested to see how it's like.
Thank you. Now, please evaluate the speech we heard from Joan. We're looking forward to your evaluation.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters guests, and especially to Joan, who I think she's missing already. But anyway, so today I'll be evaluating Joan's speech in 3 areas. What I like, how to further improve your speech, and I added a challenge. So what I really like about her speech is that she has great organization for her speech. I like that your message is a very unique take on negotiation, because instead of the usual story about what a person did or when he or she was in a leading role or led someone through something as a mentor, she used very personal how negotiation occur within herself. And it was a really interesting way to connect negotiation styles to your personal negotiation with your inner dream, thinker, lover, warrior. And I love how you related them as your chief executive officer, chief finance, and then link them to the various collaboration styles. You use your experience with Chinese language and link it to all 4 of your negotiation styles, which gives your presentation depth. And as using the same story outline to elaborate on those styles, let us learn that indeed more than one negotiation style is needed when we are working on the same thing, but in slightly different situations. I really enjoyed your voice throughout your speech, and that is what hooked me through the speech. You had great facial expressions and appropriate hand gestures throughout, and also great eye contact. I felt that you were really comfortable with Zoom meetings and Zoom presentations. One area I thought that it could be improved is that maybe you could explain how improving negotiation in the 4 areas of the inner selves help us to communicate with the different people, as you mentioned in your conclusion. Finally, I love your gestures. Now, to let us enjoy your speech even more, maybe you can show us a little bit more about from your upper body, because all I saw was up until a little bit more than your neck. So by doing this, you will be able to immerse ourselves into your stories. Let us immerse ourselves into your stories, and also to enjoy your speech even more, as if we are in a normal chapter meeting environment. All in all, a very well-crafted speech delivered with really great expressions, great story, great message. And I look forward to listening to more of your speech in the future. So thank you very much, and back to you, TMD Angela.
Thank you very much.
I know my timing. I didn't see, not sure whether I overran.
Thank you very much for that very helpful speech, encouraging and analytic and enlightening. Thank you. We're now moving on to our next evaluator, who, according to the latest list I have, will be Margaret Onyanu. Yanu, where are you? Yanu?
Hi, yeah, I'm here, yeah. Hello.
Hello. And where is your evaluator?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Excellent. Well, we will go straight on to Margaret, who I think you already all know about, and she will tell us what we enjoyed and what additions or improvements we can make to the wonderful speech we heard. Over to you, our esteemed evaluator.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon once again. And to you, you know, your story was so touching, so emotional. You started describing to us your journey, your life journey as a student, going all the way to China to complete your master's degree, and then returning home, feeling feeling defeated, feeling like you're a loser. And then from there, you took out the courage to embark on your dream once again, to make another attempt to seek success in England, only to find that you have actually discovered what makes you happy through this journey. You excelled at captivating the audience with your story. It's deeply personal and very relatable. What I would encourage you to work on is to have pauses between the different phases of your life as you move from a student in China to having to return home, and then having the internal struggle, making a decision and taking the courage to go back to England to have another go at your dream. So that movement from one phase to another, have a pause between them so that we know that you're moving on to the next phase. Okay, and because it is a deeply, deeply emotional story, I would like to challenge yourself to slow down, because by slowing down, your words sink in with your audience. Ask the questions directed at the audience. I'll give you an example of that. You said, I didn't complete my master's degree. Pause. I felt like a loser. Pause. I have let my family down. Pause. With that, in three successive statements, you have expressed your struggle and your emotions. The pause will allow your emotions to sink in with the audience. That's one aspect of it. The other would be to, in your reflections, have it as a direct speech. Instead of saying, I thought, to be able to make the connection. Okay, I'll give you an example. You shared about your struggles and you're coming to the realization. Let it be a rhetorical question to the audience, as I would say, if I can't share my success with my family, what is that success? And with that, pause, look right at the camera, directing the question to the audience without having a need to wait for a reply from the audience. It's a rhetorical question. You ask it and you let the audience think about this question, how it relates to them. The emotions will sink in. In summary, your message is very powerful and you concluded with very valuable lessons. So what I appreciated also was that you summarized your journey, returning back to your title, The Journey. And what you learned from it is how it made you a stronger person, and further lessons, and that is to never stop learning or never stop journeying. You ended on a very uplifting note. It was truly inspirational. You shared very personal emotions about your journey, your reflections, and the outcome. You've made yourself, how you shared, you made yourself a better version of yourself, and it is an ongoing journey. So you have also had a summation and a call for action for the audience to reflect on their own lives. Excellent speech, and I look forward to another inspirational story from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam.
Angela, can I go next because I have to put my baby to sleep? Sorry, huh? Is it okay for everybody? Sorry, Angela?
Angela, can't hear you. You are muted.
Yes, we can accommodate Mina.
Thank you.
So we'll welcome the next evaluator for speaker Mina.
No, I will evaluate first. I can still hear Robert. I will evaluate Shanshan. Then I will still stay on the call, but cut the video off. Sorry.
Okay. So now, Mina, you are evaluating Shanshan, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody, please welcome Mina.
Good evening, good afternoon, Toastmasters. Once again, I'm here in front of you, but this time taking the hat of an evaluator. It is very honor and a pleasure for me to evaluate Shanshan because in every speech, she has one personal story to share with us. But this time, she had many short personal stories relating to one concept, cooking. Me, myself, a very good cook, not to say it in a way of pride, but I love cooking, so I admit that I'm a very good cook. But listening to Shanshan's story, it took me back the road when I started cooking. Shanshan, congratulations for keeping the audience engaged for longer duration. Usually the speeches are 5 to 7 minutes. Many of the speeches do not last more than 10 minutes, but you have made a speech which is as long as 20 over minutes, but still keeping the audience in line with you, listening to you. Especially at the lunchtime, you mentioned the names of food, made the audience eager and wanted to listen to you more and made them imagine the food itself. You excelled at your pace, your gestures. The content itself is a very good thing to put it at this hour. Your voice modulation, especially when you said few words relating to how the food felt, you put it as soggy, smooth. Those are really good voice modulations I'm learning from you. You also introduced something like as in music by your own voice. Ding ding, the air fryer did. Yes, those are lovely gestures. But you still have things to improve or you would like to challenge yourself for. When it is an online speech and you're putting up a background as a virtual background, it is hindering me to see your gestures at times. So better when you turn to a speaker role, turn off the virtual background. We don't want to see the disturbances. There is some content that is repetitive. I understand that it is a 20-minute long speech and there could be some content that is repetitive, but if you could avoid and give us more content, that would be like a wonderful speech. Some pauses were too long, but that was also your positive point. So I wouldn't say it is a negative thing, but you have to challenge yourself on varied pause gaps. You said internet, but I think you should rather use video in this case because internet sums up everything on the internet, but you were rather referring to videos. You always have questions to the audience, but what I see is it is monotonous. The question always says, how many of you, how many of you? You can rather try to put it in another words like, have you ever tried? Have you wondered? Or point to a person, say, Willie, have you tried being a chef? That could make your questions in various tones and engage your audience more. Last but not the least, you had a wonderful audience interaction, tone, modulation, and you excelled in engaging the audience for over 20 minutes. To conclude, your story of from being a consumer to a cook inspired me and the rest of the audience. Thank you for doing this again, Shanshan. We wish you a very good luck for your future projects and awaiting to listen to you. With that, back to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Angela, okay.
Yes, shall I repeat that? Thank you, Mina, for that very helpful evaluation, reminding us all to vary our rhetorical questions. Now, I'm reminded of Pooh Bear, who said, I am a bear with very little brain. And I'm totally confused as to which speaker and evaluator go next. So I shall defer to Willie Lowe, who is the magic mind who can tell me. Willie Lowe, come in, Willie.
Thank you, Toastmaster of the Day. Especially to Toastmaster Alicia. Her structure, her delivery was so smooth. Everyone followed. Everyone was laughing. Even our guest, Kelly, was laughing. Angela was also laughing. Ishe also was sending message that she was so humorous, as well as Joe. That was the next part. She had a good use of body language as she showed her fat tummy, her tummy, that she need to exercise more. The setup, the pause before the punchline, the words and the ending make your speech more humorous. Your speech could be more humorous, more impactful by engaging the audience by asking the question. You are given the co-host to unmute them so that you can hear them laughing away. That is the purpose of making you as a co-host for your speeches today. All in all, I would like to hear more humorous speeches in your future speeches, so that our meeting can be more fun and humorous than a normal structure meeting. Over to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Willie, for that very encouraging evaluation of Alicia's humorous speech. Now, looking down at my program, who do we have next? Do we have someone evaluating Mina on the mask? That should be Robert. Robert?
Sure. Mr. President, fellow Toastmasters, and especially to Mina, let me begin with where I feel you are strong in. First, you have a very good structure in your speech. You begin by telling us the 4 approaches in coming out with a proposal. And then you move on to the situations where it creates that need for the proposal, and that is the COVID-19 crisis that we are all facing now. And that, of course, relates to masks. And you use props to support the fact that on the subject that you're talking about, which is the perfect mask that you're trying to propose to us. And in your prop, you show us the different kind of mask that is being used, the disposable mask, for example, which you feel that perhaps it is a kind of wasteful to dispose and throw away, and you can get a pack for very little money, but then again, they are quite wasteful. And then you brought in the N95 mask, which is kind of hard and can be hurting when you put it on for too long. And you finally lead us to what you want us to know as the winning proposal. And that is what you call the perfect mask, where you use a shawl to demonstrate to us. So you have led us through the different approaches and the kind of things that you want us to hear, which is the perfect mask. Overall, your delivery was very clear. You have very good vocal variety, and you have also gesture, even though you are giving the speech online on video. Now, what are the areas I feel that you can improve? First, your winning proposal for the perfect mask, the shaw. There was, in my view, insufficient elaboration as to the negative and the positive aspect of the proposal using a shaw as the perfect mask. For example, the benefit of using a shaw as a perfect mask might be, well, it is more stylish, one. It can also make you look good. Unlike a mask that cover up half your face, a shawl is something that the stylish lady like to put on, and make them look good. So unfortunately, you did not mention about whether the shawl will really look good for guys like me. So there are negative and positive aspects of using a shawl, which I feel that you did not elaborate enough. And of course, I can see more benefit of the shawl because you can have different color, different variety, and also the shawl need not be confined to the COVID-19 crisis situation. After COVID is over, you can still use the shawl. So they are not wasteful at all. So these are things that you could have added in to make your speech even more convincing and powerful. So in summary, I would say is that you have a very good structure. You know what you're talking about. Your delivery is good. Your vocal variety is good. But work on that winning proposal by giving us a little more detail as to the negative part of it and the positive aspect of it. That will make your speech much, much stronger. Over to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you so much, Robert. As we expected of you, an excellent evaluation. I think I have two more evaluations. Do I have Li Shanshan on Vikana? Can you explain, Willie, what is the latest?
Yes, Li Shanshan is my evaluator.
Excellent. So can I welcome back Li Shanshan to evaluate on Vikana? Over to you, Li.
No, Vikana, your topic is very interesting because it talks about Toastmasters. So what I will do in the evaluation is in two parts, the good and the improvements. Now, what is good? You actually ask the audience, you engage the audience by asking the questions. Toastmasters, you have also publicized a lot of clubs or even publicized their events as well. We have talked about how Toastmasters have helped the structure of crafting your speech and all that, like opening, body, conclusions. Now, these are easy and these are simple, but you have to note sometimes you might have guests coming in that are not Toastmasters. So guests who totally have no idea what Toastmasters is. So this is where you can improve further. Now, when you're moving on with your speeches, you might want to incorporate the pause. Pauses where you talk about opening, then you pause a bit longer, your body, you pause again, and you're closing, so that the audience can have time to digest why this structure is it, or for the guests who are non-Toastmasters, why this structure is important, right? So try to suggest it. Incorporate the pauses. Next up, you might want to try to suggest or share your experience as a Toastmasters, or even your experience before you join the Toastmasters. Like for example, myself. If I see a crowd, I will freeze. I can't even speak right now. So how you can experience how Toastmasters actually help you to speak in front of the camera or even in front of an audience. So share the experience so that everybody can relate, because stories, personal stories are more relatable than a very generic structure. You can also talk about how Toastmasters have helped you. Like for example, when you join a club, you have leadership roles. How have they helped you in your personal life or even professional life? Or how has it shaped you in a way that you think differently now? So all in all, incorporate these ideas And perhaps you might even come up with a publicity video for your club as well. Thank you. Back to you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Shanshan, for that very helpful evaluation of Vikana's very useful speech. And now, for our last evaluation, we have the speech by Loris, evaluated by Hyung Mi. We'll go straight over to Hyung Mi to hear what he has to tell us. Hyung Min.
Thank you, Toastmaster of the day. Spectacular afternoon, Toastmasters, especially to Loris. Loris spread virus, positive virus to all of us to remind us to overcome this difficult and trying situation with positivity and optimism. From his confident facial expression and his voice, he reassured that we can win this battle with positivity. So for the sake of his choice of the creative word COVID acronym, I will also evaluate him based on the acronym COVID, but slightly different order, COIVD, C-O-I-V-D. So first, C, creativity. He shows he's really versatile to prepare the props, his wallet, empty wallet, to show us his difficulties, and also he shows us his note that shows SG United. It's such a creative way because the audience, we as a human being are visual creature. We are weak to visual cues, so he was successful to capture audience attention immediately after. And next, O, organized structure. His speech was well structured like a well-established building. He started with a story on a macro level, and he supported with the research data, and also he moved on to the micro level of his personal life. And it's so stable so the audience can follow the flow of the speech and also observe key messages he has to deliver. Well done on that. And move on to I love your story. Your story about watching Netflix and watching Friends. I'm a big fan of Friends. And also I cook a lot these days and I cannot meet my friends. All of these things, all of the Toastmaster, not only me, I'm pretty sure all of us here will be able to relate to that experience. So good job on that to elevate the sincerity and authenticity of your speech by adding some spice of your story. And move on to the challenges and recommendation for him to improve in his next speech. Vocal variety, V. So his speech was mainly cheerful and jolly, but it consists of some difficulties, maybe on macro level, like people panic buy. So maybe in next speech, like you may add up some vocal variety of how panicked you were. Oh, I wanted to buy some groceries, but I couldn't buy. I rushed out to the supermarket, but I couldn't buy anything. Some type of like consideration you might think. And for the last one, I would suggest you to add some drama. It goes hands in hand with the vocal variety. Your speech was mostly about the positivity and creativity. But we as a human creature, we love to hear story. The reason why the hit show Friends was popular, not only because it's fun and interesting to watch, because there were some difficulties of young people and romance breaking up and not being able to getting a job. So maybe you might want to consider some downside of our life to wow the audience. In summary, Loris, well done on your second speech, feedback and evaluation. I really love your speech. Back to you, Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our wonderful evaluator for that very helpful analytic evaluation. And now we're coming to the end. I imagine we want, Willie, do we have anything else apart from the photographs?
No, it's okay, no problem. Let me take over for here.
Thank you. I would just like to congratulate everybody for wonderful speeches, your patience and your illumination. Over to Willie.
Thank you, Toastmaster of the day, fellow Toastmaster. It was a long meeting. It was a tiring Sunday morning for most of us who have to wake up so early. Even though we have many changes or so-called dynamic changes, we make it this far. And I would like two guests for, not for Singapore Online, that is Loris and Kelly for their feedback on the meeting. Robert has been a regular for us, so it's okay. Let him take a rest today. Okay, maybe can I have Kelly for your feedback about the meeting? You are unmuted.
Hi. What would you like me to say?
Anything about the meeting,
Anything.
about the speakers.
Okay, well, I want to show off my mask. If I can find it. There it is. You may have seen the dog come into the picture. There we go. So I have a dog mask.
Oh.
Anyway, I am from Florida in the United States, and I taught online English to kids and adults in China for 3 years. And this is my sixth virtual, 6 in China, 6 in the US. This is my 6th virtual meeting. I've attended most in the United States and Canada, and I wanted to look for one in Asia because I feel like the Chinese people that I met were very warm and friendly, and I enjoyed meeting with them every day for 3 years. So I was particularly looking for a meeting in Asia. So I'm very happy to be here and to meet all of you, and I enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Singapore Online. Okay, we'll talk this offline. Thank you. Let us give Loris, who has joined us where he's looking for a speaking slot. Over to you, Loris.
Well, personally, I like this kind of meeting held online. I'm able to see people from all over the place. Yeah, especially give me kind of, I think I feel more confidence in front of a screen than in front of a crowd for now. So yeah, that's about it. Then thank you for the opportunity for me to speak in last minute notice.
It's okay. Thank you, Loris. My advice for you, my feedback to your feedback was you can try to attend our Friday night meeting and you will see more overseas speakers.
Okay.
Audience. That will be 9 p.m. Singapore time. That will be 9 a.m. for Florida time. I mean US time. Today meeting, we do not have many more crowd. We know that there's many events going on today. District 51 contest, as well as the Mandarin contest that have just started. I will not want to talk much because we are only the first online speech speaker tour for this month. We have 2 more to go. So I will only save it for the last. And we hope that everyone can at least do one thing. For members of the club at Singapore Online, you can sign up once the program sheet is available tomorrow. For non-member of Singapore Online, you all know who to look for. Right. Okay, one more guest for China. Yano, give us your feedback.
Hi, I really enjoyed that because I feel firstly we are really doing the digital lives globally. So I'm passionate that we actually, the Online Toastmaster Club is on that journey. And secondly, being connected with so many people who has a passion about public speech is a way to make myself grow. So to be honest, I really enjoyed today's formatting, and I wish to join for more future meetings with you guys. It's so interesting to see people have different background, different stories, and we really make it digitalized. I mean, it's something so powerful.
We are a dynamic club. I guess I will give one more Toastmaster to speak. That's Robert. I know he was sought the role of evaluator at the last minute. Robert, give you some time.
Well, according to the schedule that I've seen, I'm supposed to start at about 1. That's when I sign in. But I didn't know that the meeting already started way before that. Anyway, I enjoy being part of this meeting, especially seeing a lot of young people coming up and delivering their speeches. And the more you practice, the better you become. That's for sure. But of course, I'm a great believer of speaking in front of a group of people in the physical sense, in the sense that we can actually see and touch each other. But of course, at this very moment in COVID-19, you're not supposed to be too close to one another. So this is the next best alternative. And I think it gives us a lot of room for us to continue to build our confidence, to practice not just delivery. I think what we learn more is not during the time when we deliver a speech. We learn most when we were preparing our speech. That's where we learn so much more. Writing the script, crafting the script is very time consuming, and if you want to do a good speech, you need to really keep improving it and improving it and improving it. So it's the process of improving your speech that you actually learn most. So like I say, I'm glad to be part of this, even though I can't really see each of you physically, but I can still see your face. I don't know what you're wearing below you. But that doesn't matter. I'm wearing a short myself. So I'm glad to be here. Thanks, Willie, for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, I just want to say thank you, everyone, Willie, SG Online, and everybody else behind the scenes to make this meeting happen. It's a great job put together. It's a lot of effort. So I'm just going to give you a quick round of applause virtually. Thank you so much for making this happen. And thank you everybody else behind the scenes. And I'm going to take my lead. So thank you.
There's one more person who make, okay, actually there's 2 persons in this meeting that make it wonderful. The first one was Toastmaster CJ Lim. He was the TME this morning. There have been a lot of changes, but he managed to control the meeting. I also would like to thank Angela Lasbury. She has been improved as a Toastmaster, not physical. We have the member, some of the members have seen her move. She needs to do more. She needs to learn how to handle technology, the dynamic of Singapore Online. We are not the same like a physical club. We have a prepared speech program sheet. Our changes are all dynamic. So Angela will need to improve or learn to be more dynamic as a Toastmaster in the near future. She will have a lot of chance because Singapore Online, we have the platform for you to improve in your role as a role cater, as well as a speaker, as well as a leader in whatever you are assigned. Even you are not in the club executive committee, you will be organizing a meeting online is not easy. I will pass this to Toastmaster Alicia, who is the e-commerce PPE, so that she can elaborate more on my point today.
Oh, thank you, President Willie. It's an honor to be able to speak after you. I didn't expect to speak, but I really enjoyed organizing this meeting jointly with our team 4, is it, or team 6?
6.
Team 6, which was led by CJ, Toastmaster CJ. And the other factor that contributed to the success, not only the team, but the speakers and the evaluators who came aboard. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody. And I will keep it short. I look forward to the next speakathon.
That is next week. Okay, so I got a lot of pause reader. The speakathon, we have complete the first break, the first session, although we are ahead of 3 hours, but we did make it. The only thing I will ask everyone is, we want to last until 8 hours. That's all. Alicia know that it's not 8 hours. There's an 8+. That is the 12 hours marathon. We can't do 24 hours. That's why I split into 3 weekends. But never mind. Whoever need to speak, you all know who's for non-member of Singapore Online, you all know who to look for. For member of Singapore Online, you know when to book your speaker slot. And I declare the speaker call. And